Okay, so here we are underway with the first game of the session. I will be going second. This is the Scrabble SunDeca tournament that runs more or less weekly at this time. They typically run 10 rounds, but today it's going to be a bit of an abbreviated session with just 8 games, and so we will see if this turns out to be a much shorter stream than what we're used to. I think this is a very obvious exchange on my part. We're going to keep either NS or LNS, probably just NS. Not even going to keep the second S. And that's a little bit better. Drew an additional V. And let's get the notepad up and make sure that my drawing tools are all working. I think my opponent has a little bit of connection trouble. So we're just seeing them blink in and out of the connection here. Yeah, indeed, we're looking at the haves and the haven'ts. Very much so. I don't know if I actually see anything useful with this just yet. Obviously, the V is going to be a bit of an obstruction here. Here's name tag. I may actually even just go tab or something on the right here just to dump that out. But let me just take a moment here to look at least a little bit diligently for 8s. And yeah, I mean, this is almost certainly just out of what I would be habitually unscrambling by probabilities. So unless I really see something positionally very viable, we'll probably just go tab over here to take it for 23. Tab over here, 18 does not really extend the board in a very useful way. Oh yeah, Wiz takes an S behind it in Collins, so we actually want to leave that open for an S hook later. So let's just take have. And drew entirely too many E's into this one. Unless you have like some cross between hens and geese or something, but let's see what we can do with it. Yeah, we're way behind right now just because of Wiz and name tag just coming off right from the start. I actually should have looked a little bit more carefully to see if we could find anything that would just connect through doubles with 6. We probably did have something like that, actually, even if we didn't have to get stuck with the V at the end of that. And wait a minute, attack's no good. Hang on, let me challenge that. What am I looking at? I was thinking, yeah, I didn't even look at the 3 here. This is a bit of an online habit here where I just don't look at the 2s and 3s very carefully. And that's gotten me into trouble so many times. I think we're just going to dump a G over here. The EE doesn't take anything on the N other than N, and I have the N, so we'll just obstruct. Okay, we're close to something here. And oh, I don't see it yet. I feel like I might be missing something on this one, but we'll see what we can do. Yeah, I wonder if you see they were holding a J anyway for that spot. I actually might just go like, oh, not ED. Sorry, EN is the only thing here. I totally wasn't watching. No, that's not going to be any good. Let's think about this. I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, surely there's some really obvious 7 that I'm just blanking on right now, but we'll try not to burn too much time on it. Again, I want to leave the Swizz hook open for a little bit longer if I can. If we just go end like this, that's not too bad. I actually don't know if MEE takes an S on the end. It's one of those colons 3s that we haven't looked at very carefully. Okay, great. This will go. I cannot imagine that we will lose every possible spot on this one. Like I said, I'm not 100% on MEE taking an S or something on the end, but now we can just parallel under what we've been given here. Let me see if I can find a good spot. Or, yeah, we have things like, healers and heralds and all that stuff, but I don't know if we have something that will go well under the D and the H because we kind of need 2 consecutive vowels for that. And if we don't find something good there, we'll probably just go for the other spot. Again, I'm not 100% on MEES. I feel like it must be, otherwise I would have noted that it's one of those columns trees that doesn't take something, but we have to look at this carefully. If I can, I'm trying to maybe connect something H over here as well. But I'm not seeing something particularly good. Like something... Let me think about this. Yeah, we shouldn't burn too much time on this, but yeah, we have like heralds, healers, leisure might be good, I'm not sure. But you know what? Let's just go with this. Or, wait, is heralds better? Let's see, positionally speaking. No, this is, yeah, this is fine. This is fine. Just go with this. I feel like I have something better on the bottom, but we have the triple on the H there and it connects to the Z. And again, we don't want to burn too much time. I might have had something much better. I was trying to connect something like here, with a 7 either way that would maybe dump the H on the double in combo, but I wasn't really seeing it. And yeah, Swizz is reasonably good anyway. If you're not scoring a really good combination over on the double, you're getting lots of points off of this, lots of points off of the H on the top spot. And so now, unless I see something really promising here, we will probably just do something simple like Gory to block the top, unless I see a neat little play over here. So, for example, if you go like OOT, Ocarina of Time, that's a 30, and you keep Ryan out of that for some reason. But let me see if yeah, because that's 24, but you've got a bit more usable leave to work with, I guess. And I actually should look at the suffixes in case we actually have an 8. I don't tend to make enough of an effort on some of these sometimes to see if maybe there's something through E or similar. So OOT would keep narrate. Yeah, it's a kind of close-up board this time. I guess maybe the Y isn't terrible for parallels and such, but like you're talking, 6-point difference for keeping this versus keeping 2 vowels, 2 consonants. I'm going to go with this. Slight point sacrifice. I don't know if that really paid off, but of course we drew into all consonants there, so keeping 2 vowels actually did work out for the best. I'm already seeing some things like Coxa down below for 43, and which, with both H's out, the C is not really a risk in terms of where it's going. So I'm liking Coxa at the moment. Did the opponent seriously challenge Gory and just hand me 5 points? I don't know if that was a misclick or something. There's some bizarre stuff going on, but with the TAC play earlier and challenging Gory up there, yeah, there's a little bit of weirdness sometimes. Okay, so it did block my Cox spot down here. I'm trying to see if we have a good alternative here that will still score decently with the X. You think Waxcont is about 15% plausible as a bird name? Oh, yeah, almost so. I am in a shadow of the Waxcont slain or something. I think maybe we just go caw over here. I don't like how very consonant heavy my leave is, but it'll work out. Maybe. Yeah, still drawing some things. Oh yeah, I probably shouldn't have dangled this massive S hook on this spot. That's going to combo very nicely into something up top, I'm sure. A lot of power tiles are out at this point though. Z, J, and X are all accounted for because I've got the X, but then, you know, you could potentially see something heavy like a Q play come down there. A QINS or something. That would hit that like crazy. So I probably shouldn't have been too careless about the C there in that position. And we'll see what happens here. The score is about even right now. Tucked over here. Now, do I have something useful that I can do with the K in this position? I'm not really seeing it, but we can parallel the X above here. Mead, I think, is good. I am not going to question it. But if you just have text on for 33, unless we have a better spot for it, I'm trying to look around to see. This does rebalance a little bit. Not really a bingo board right now. Unless you draw an S into the bottom lane here, but then, yeah, so it's a little weak for X. 30 some points, I guess we can take it. Like S is actually really powerful here. 3 S is unseen. This is an S spot. This is an S spot. The bottom lane is an S spot. You know, there's quite a lot going on. Let's take it. I'm burning too much time. I'm 4 minutes down. I really need to play faster when I'm also streaming because I find that just commentating and explaining reasoning and such cuts into what I'm doing far too much. XU is not going to take anything underneath at least. And we'll see. Like maybe the X spot here would have been better, but I didn't really have a good way to shed constants before that. I mean, I guess keeping the T into that might have been fine. Like if you went AX here, that would have scored better. And actually keeping ARNTO would have been pretty okay. So we should have considered that, actually just go AX here. And I had the T here, but of course dumping that would just open up the massive triple spot. So it's not really that useful a back hook. Yeah, you're saying the mead is thy due. Was it this kind of mead? Well, it can be. And you're saying it means reward or the thing that you merit. Yeah, useful to know. Okay, so we are actually ahead, miraculously. I feel like whoops. Yeah, I'm looking at the E here because obviously we lack an E right now, and so that's something that I want to consider carefully in case that actually turns out to be something interesting. I'm not really seeing anything in here, though. It's so close to Pinafore or some other things. But again, yeah, S's are actually potentially so powerful on this board right now, even with everything somewhat closed. That's we need to think about what to do. I'm just trying to see if maybe we have a good way to deal with this spot over here. The E is really dangling right now, but okay, I've really got to play faster. Too much deliberation. You know what? Let's actually just go. It's 21 there. Yeah, I really don't like that very much. I feel like we can do a lot better. I'm trying to see what we can do better. Let's see. I know we'll just take it. Okay, this is getting close to something. And this top spot is massive. And I have nothing that I can do with it. Except maybe... this is not very good at all, actually. IURE or something. Actually, that's not a bad idea. We're not that vowel heavy, but this kills the spot. I need to look a little bit more carefully because I feel like I have some possibilities through either R or U. I'm not seeing it right now from alphagram though. But yeah, you know what? Let's actually just take it. How are we still not hitting something yet? This is getting there. You were saying I was one letter off of raniform. Yeah, without the M. I was looking at stuff that was like pinafore through to E, except we didn't have to P. But I was trying to look for something similar that's kind of within the set of anagrams that look like that. Zixie, welcome. Did I miss Unwarrior? Oh, through this spot here. Yeah, you see, I don't take enough time to look for nines. I have this blindness for nines from not making a habit out of them, especially when I'm down in time. So I'd say that's a huge miss, but the thing is, I don't find nines very often. It's always a treat when I do. So yeah, so this I think there are a bunch. I do not see a 7 with this. I think there are a bunch of 8s. I'm trying to see if there is maybe something with L, but I don't think so. Like the double R is a massive problem with racks like this. And I need to buy time because the thing is, this is a close game right now. Endgame actually could matter. And the thing is, 3 S's in the pool right now. Like I said, hitting the S's is going to be so critical in this game. Also notice, yeah, because, you know, QINS on the left is absolutely a risk. We might even try to fish towards something like that. Because this is not very bingo friendly apart from the big bottom lane right now. And yeah, I wonder if I should just go for something. Go for a long play just to draw some S's. You know, this is like such a silly thing to do where you just try to dump all these common tiles for 8 points or something just to try to draw into S's. But it's tempting. It's 16 tiles in a bag. There is the Q unseen, which is a bit of a problem, but we need to see if we have multiple places for Q to dump. If we have QAT over here, if we need to do a 1-tile dump, we have QAT, QI. So it's not a Q stick situation yet. There are 3 eyes in the pool. I actually am thinking I will shed low point tiles and block a bingo lane, and then we will go for the S plays on either side. This just doesn't keep me up on score, but no other play does either. And we're not going to hit anything. We hit both U's, though. I did not hit any of the S's with that. 10 in the bag. Look at that. 3 I's, 3 S's. We're going to lose this because he's going to get QINS here. That's exactly the thing that we're going to lose to, I bet. Yeah, the thing is, you know, AL I could think of as, okay, we're going to look for 9s through that. I wouldn't necessarily think of looking through the W. But again, I'm maybe not in the habit of looking at the 9s. Because it's hard enough to fit something there. Anyway, we're in a little bit of trouble over here. I actually think we need to maybe start blocking the S-spots because I'm not drawing into them. But I don't have something that will really do that for me. I mean, I can do like a BO start here, but I'm not seeing a way to do that and get the V out of the way. Oh, I like this. I like Bruv over here for 23. That dumps a lot of garbage. Okay, so what's the risk over here? 5 tiles in a bag. And the thing is, this is the kind of situation where, okay, Bruv does block one of the Q spots, however. So the thing is, if it does not empty the bag, but it gets one in the bag, and it gets one in the bag in a situation where there's only one spot for a Q, which is over QI. So this could really get me into trouble. But if we draw SQ and there's 3 S's in the pool, then we at least have like an SUQ possibility, even SUQS over here. But I need to get rid of the garbage, right? So I think we actually have to go for this. I'm trying to see if I have a reasonable alternative, and I think we actually have to go for this. It's such a silly thing to draw heavily into a bag with unseen Q, but we have a U, so. Okay, great. The problem is we don't actually have a good place to score with it. SUQS would have done it. And there's one in the bag, so this is what we're ending with. And of course, we have the S to just use in this spot. We can also just use the S for something like soup over here, but well, not soup, but we need a way to play that off. Oh, you know what? QUOP would be good. That's best, actually. Look at that. 64. I didn't expect that would hit that hard, actually. I'm surprised that the P gives you that much, actually, because, you normally think, okay, 4-point tile or something there would give you a 40 to 50-point play, 3-point tile, a bit less than that, 30 to 40-point play. But then I guess if you account for the Q, that's actually absolutely massive. So that actually now looks like first choice, for sure. Spit over there. Okay, we're just going to hit this. And then let me see if I can find the out in 2. Because we need to calculate, actually. We have enough time to calculate. 317 plus 64. That's going to be 381. Then we have kind of an implicit -6 if my opponent goes out, which he can, I think. Because even like ribs over here is best, or I actually don't remember if BRIS is good. It might be. But let's take a look at the worst case scenario. Let's say 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. That's about a 30-point play. That actually does not get my opponent over, does it? A 30-point play would be 368. So worst case scenario, you have like BRIS here, which would be good as an out. And the ion spot, if you have like ribs here or ribs there, would score less than that. Worst case gets my opponent to 368 plus 6, 374. So yeah, we take the Q spot here, 100%. And we should win. And then, yeah, ribs is going to go there, and we will, of course, pass it. And that's a win, 11 points. So, yeah, I guess maybe that's reasonable that we held the U, drew heavily into trying to get like Q and one of the 3 S's in some capacity, and we actually wound up having a play, which was miraculous. Because I don't think any other draw, like if we didn't pick up the P, that wouldn't have worked. Okay, so that was a bit of a thriller. Now, this group tends to move rather quickly, so usually we don't have time to do much analysis before the next round, but if they have some kind of break or if we have time at the end, since it's a short session today, we'll do that. So I am being called into the next game immediately, and we will do that, but let me just update the record first before we forget. Okay, and we need to really work on time here. Yeah, I'm glad I had just enough time to actually calculate that and see that I had the win. And well, we'll see. I don't know that we have something with CAA that would end in weed. Because there are a whole set of words that end in weed, but that doesn't seem like it would fit. We will take a look here for a moment, but let's not take too long with it. It's so close to something like vacay, but we don't have the Y. I would think we'll just parallel through it and go like WAE or something to just shed things. Then, yeah, that's a much more reasonable leave. If you look at it, 22, we'll take it. And we have the other W. The other W can go on top somehow, but we'll see. It's a lot of rack management right now, essentially. The Affordable Care Act weed. Yeah, that's exactly it. And, okay, fly over there. And, well, this looks kind of natural. C and D. 20 points. It's not great. If we can find something better, that'd be good. But unless we find something through here, I don't think we'll necessarily get that. I am going to take a look quickly, but like maybe with an ED ending. But I do not really see a good choice. However, let me take a look, because in terms of rack management, Winst gives you AN24. It's a little bit better, I guess. Yeah, because otherwise the V is just kind of in the way. This doesn't put up too much. Let's draw heavily into it. Yeah, because otherwise, we're just dangling hooks all day that I can't actually take yet. So I like Winst a little bit better. Have to remember, this is Collins. The C is not safe because it is an H spot. And then we have the M and the B to go on top of the Y. Actually, so much stuff goes on top of the Y in this dictionary. FOE takes N at the bottom. That's something that we should think about. I don't think you can be a Boldman, but, I always try to look at the MAN. We don't have an E for an ABLE ending. Do I dare just dangle the M like that in the triple lane? Oh, no, LE is not a word. Never mind, can't do that. Actually have to watch this stuff every now and then. I don't really want to open up the triple. That's... I'd really like to get rid of more stuff. Actually, yeah, 16. That's kind of terrible. I'm trying to see if maybe we have something that will go through here with the N. How about this? Mobland? No. No, that's still just 16. Yeah, I don't really have very much to go with here. We need to stretch out the board a little bit, but I don't really like a lot of my options. Nab mold. Looking at a DOM ending. Let's just take it. I'm wasting too much time on low point decisions. Still a little bit awkward here with the draws. We're so close to stuff like Automat and Automan or whatever, but inertia. Okay, so my opponent just gets a nice easy draw there. Yeah, you're saying Mobland only came out in 2025. Was there actually something called Mobland? I've not been up with film lately, but We need to get rid of some of this. Now, UMU, UTU are both good. That's going to be potentially useful. I might even do that even if it keeps to double A because the U is just such a pain. I'm just working this out in my head. Like, is it better to keep double A or keep AU? The A doesn't double very well at all, though, so I think we just go with this. This is something close. We need to look for 8s for this. I do not see 7s, but either that or we just dump the YU somewhere. Likely we'll just try to get rid of the YU somewhere to shove it out of the way. And it's not. I'm not thinking Ontario is good. I'm thinking like something. Along those lines. So, but realistically, we need to fish it off. The U actually is very annoying. Also, I need to look at this properly. This is the kind of thing that I'm likely to miss. Okay, Zen over here. Well, okay, then we will dump the Y there if I can. Trying to think about this. I think Tuny is good in Collins. I'm trying to think for a moment here because does it go Tuniest, Tunier? I would have seen Tuniest if it's good because it's common enough. I've looked at all the 3 to 4s. I just don't remember very many of them. I think I'll do it. Okay, this has got to be something. I'm not thinking it's like ungreat or something. Oh, maybe it is actually. But this looks like a familiar rack, is what I'm saying. This Gaunter, Gauntry if you have an E to play through. But we don't have any spot for any of that stuff. I'm trying to look through here. Also, we need to still look through the N. Hang on. Oh, no. Oh, and the Q blocks the top. Okay. I was about to say, oh, GUR works, and then nope, it doesn't. Not anymore. Yeah, Gauntry, we need to just get rid of some of this stuff. I'm so far behind, actually. I didn't realize just how badly off we are. I need to look at a D. Hang on. Ungraded? No, it doesn't fit. Even if we're good. I'm not certain anyway. Let me think about this. Bit of a weird spot to be in. I may try to open up a lane and dump like GU or something. That doesn't really help though. Like not much goes on top of the U. So see Gauntry. There's got to be something else here. I'm trying to see if we have some kind of weird fit. Here, I'm not seeing it. But if we can, what if we just go like this? New. What goes on top of UME? That might not really open very much up for me though. I don't like any of that. I feel like we're going to do something extremely suboptimal on this move, but I want to get rid of the U at least. And that really does not open for me at all, though. Let me think about this. Yeah, 16. That's so terrible. Like, okay, surely we're going to get something here. Surely we have something here now. Okay, arrow sets through A, toasters. Oh, wait, hang on. Look at this. Is there something in toasters? Oh, we should also look at the L because actually I'm Olestras. That actually doubles through here. I feel like, yeah, in Collins there's something else in Olestra as well. Let me see if I can figure out what it is. And chances are that gets blocked anyway, but okay, we're not going to burn time on it. We'll just dump Olestras here. Okay, great. Now we're in much better shape apart from the 5 vowel draw. We have the blank though. And if we can do SH through here, that's not too bad, but I don't think I can do that with 3 vowels on the end of it. News, not yeah. It's not Unix either, but we aren't under any licensing restrictions when it comes to UME. Did I miss something starting here with the T on the L hook? I guess I maybe did. Oh, and you'd think I missed Centauri. I don't even see where that was. I wouldn't have found that, though. I would not have been confident about Centauri. Exchange 4 on my opponent. We need to watch the clock here. I think we want to dump out some vowels if we can. I don't actually see a good place to do it. Maybe just go OUD. That's so silly, like 10 points there when we have such a clear opportunity. But I do need to look here for a moment to see if we have something with the H, but I really don't think so with like so many vowels. But we're not burning the blank on that, obviously. Oh, you know what? Let's just go house for 24. I don't know. That doesn't really open up too much of a lane, but AI blank, don't like it. But we're having a vowel heavy rec no matter what if we're spending the H. Let's take the points. Oh, look at that. Who's talking now? 4 eyes. Yeah, my opponent just dumped. So I know this doesn't happen online, but this is what happens when someone exchanges into a bag in real life and you forget to shake the bag, and then there are 4 eyes that they just threw in are lying on the top. This is exactly the kind of thing that happens. Unfortunately, it also happens even if you don't have a physical bag, it seems, and when you just have this nonsense all of a sudden. I think we might even just dump 6. Like dump everything but the blank. Although, yeah, 2 eyes remaining in the pool. I don't want to keep like more than 1 vowel, and we should not actually even keep vowels. That is such garbage. We have to exchange. There's no question about that here, unless I have some kind of massive J play that I'm not seeing. J something here. No, we don't have it. Okay. I don't think we can afford to play through this. I think we like dump 6. Because it doesn't make sense to keep vowel blank. We're just going to be too blank heavy. Maybe. Actually, 10 vowels, 23 consonants in the bag. Let's keep some vowels. 3 A's in a pool, 2 I's in a pool. What would we rather deal with? So about a 1 to 2 ratio of vowels in a draw. Do we keep 1 vowel, A blank, or... Yeah, sure, let's do that. Still kept too many vowels. Okay, so never mind. However, do we have UOA? No, not quite. It's spelled with 2 U's, and we actually don't have that. Vraic. It's 5-point challenge. Maybe I should check that. I don't know. I'm not totally confident about that, but it seems like the kind of thing I should know. And then the V just completely kills that line. So yeah, I'm reluctant to blame the bag, but this is the kind of game where you blame the bag. I don't even have a good place for you to C, actually. Unless I go with like CAA there or something. We need openings. I mean, there's still an open lane, technically speaking, down to the T. Ugh, this is absolute garbage. Let's see what we can do here. A 7 points dangle two triple lanes that are kind of a fork. I mean, it could be very easily blocked up top, of course, but we're otherwise just going to lose this anyway, so let's just do it. This has got to be something. I see. I'm trying to see if we have something down to T. Yeah, somebody's in constant trouble, as you can see. This girl over here. Okay, I've got something here. But will I find it in time? Or will we have to dump two O's somewhere that, well, let me see. Down to 2 minutes. We want to leave the T on the left side wide open because it's still a possibility, technically speaking. I feel like we're actually missing a real play here. Bold would take the S on the end, so we should like look at OSE ending. I'm missing something obvious. I just know I am. It's probably staring me in the face right this moment. We have the case O, incidentally. Like, we have both of the last O's, so we don't necessarily need to dump the O, but... I'm running so far out of time. Let's... Like, this doesn't help. It helps to rack, and I guess we still have openings. Oh, let's just do it. Oh, look at that. Double blank now. Okay. Surely we're going to get something at this point. Except, like... I know I have something down to the T now, and then we're just not going to find it because like double blanks are going to stare at me in the face during time pressure, and we're just going to miss this embarrassingly. We're totally going to collapse the time here and miss it. Okay, I don't know if I'll find it quickly enough. I don't think I'll find it. Hang on. Do we have? Let's just go. Hang on. Let's just go with something else. I'm so far behind anyway. We're not going to find it. And at this point, you know. Okay, so Kibe over here is 42. We should see. Unfortunately, I don't think we have like something down to the T with this rack. 19 seconds. Yeah, let's just go Kibe. Whoop. Grab it. Nauseant. Yeah, nauseant is so hard to see. I guess we could have played Teaspoon if we were playing Clabbers, which on this platform is also known as Word Smog. I don't have enough time to find a good play without going over time here. Interestingly enough, I actually, no, I don't think I'm going to J-stick my opponent or anything. We don't have enough time to look at this. Let's just do this and stop because, yeah, all words on the board are valid. That was so suboptimal because, well, we had just valid draw after valid draw, which is okay, but you can see that I actually got reasonably close near the end. We just probably could have done something here on the T. Yeah. Like, if we had the triple off of the points on the left on the T, then we could have actually got within striking range. But, yeah, we'll have to look over this afterwards. My opponent is saying in the game chat that at some point somebody missed vortical, V-O-R-T-I-C-A-L. But, yeah, we'll see if we actually have time to look over any of this stuff. Anyway, 1-1. Got pretty close given what a terrible situation we were in. I had to draw into a bingo. The double blank, unfortunately, just doesn't score anything for me. And what did we even score on the bingo? We scored 60-something, right? Yeah, 68. The thing is, even if you have something down here, it's not actually that much. It's mid-70s. Because you've got the blanks taking up half the points anyway. Castanet. I was trying to look for something like Castanet. I think I was thinking about Pheasant on an earlier turn for some reason, and I just didn't even see it. Yeah, a lot of those are not easy suffixes to look for. The habit is to try to look for like EST, IEST, stuff like that. And like that would be your first search space, and then your later search space would be some of the other stuff. And so we just didn't get a chance to see it. Anyway, I haven't been pulled into the next one yet, so let's maybe we can step through quickly to see some of the misses, and we'll. Let me update the record first. We're 1-1 going into round 3. And let me just see just how much stuff we missed on this one. Oh, my opponent had a lative on the first turn. Okay, yeah, we're not going to analyze too quickly. I just want to see what we missed because we likely won't have too much time. Wand is very favorite here instead of what we did with Winst. I actually was looking at the end hook under Fa. And so it's quite a bit better. And yeah, no bingos yet, obviously. Bold is actually in a different spot. Oh yeah, no, we were looking at some things over there. That would be maybe a little too bold. Things are pretty close in terms of equity, as you can see. Although my choice was pretty far behind. Inertia is just the easiest thing. Oh, I know this, actually. I didn't look at the overlap. It takes the I on the end. And that I was aware of. But I would not have seen the overlap necessarily. A lot of this stuff with a weird, 2 A's and a U, that is kind of a separate study responsibility on its own. And as you can see, things are pretty close by equity. Like, this is not totally garbage, and it's pretty close to the UMU that we were also considering. Just about the same, actually, off by about 0.5. So I guess it depends on what I want to leave myself for hooks up top. And yeah, this is the turn where I missed Centauri. Yikes, look at that. Spectacular overlap there from the sea. And yeah, as you're saying, a plant of the genus Centaurium of the gentian family, usually with pink flowers. Yeah, oh, I do know this, actually, in that context. And yeah, my opponent has some pretty easy plays here. Look at that. This actually comes out tied for top in equity because my situation at this point is so bad, right? I didn't expect this to turn out to actually be a good play, but if we're just going by equity, that's actually reasonable. And I guess technically it sort of expands a little bit of space on the top, but and it's about equivalent to all this stuff, except like these two do not leave hooks on the top. Except I think maybe this takes a K before. Yeah, it takes the K on top, but with a pretty massive K spot actually. But not holding the K, like I think this is of the top equity choices, probably the most defensible. So Alestras I saw right away. Osetras was, yeah, I have to remember to look for that. And Osetra goes in the middle as well with the other S. This is one of the really early important things that you learn when you switch to Collins. But we saw Alestras right away, and I didn't think anything was going to compete with it, so it was pretty clear. House is actually okay. This dangles things like crazy, but I am holding the blank, I guess, so maybe. So by equity, house is actually not totally dreadful, but of course this is what we do here. I actually did get to top exchange, not accounting, of course, for saving the bag, but even if you do account for it, I think it comes out stronger because the bag is so depleted when it comes to vowels that keeping one vowel probably comes out even better than that. So I actually did make the right choice there, I think. My opponent misses vortical. Lucky for me. And then, yeah, absolutely nothing to work with here. This does not open anything. None of these options open anything. Everything is terrible. I considered CAA, but absolutely everything is terrible. Like, it's just one of those turns. And then, yeah, nothing on this rack. Look at that. No sevens. And no eights to the T. So we actually picked the top equity option again, even if it spends the last O's in a bag. Hooks are wide open at this point. I'm lucky to hit something, and indeed, I hit tons and tons of stuff with double blank, except, we don't see a single thing. I was trying to look. I've thought about Anapest. I didn't think about doing the AE order over here, because I saw Anapest as the 7 without the AE, just with ESD. And yeah, I was thinking, it's too bad. Like, I've got Anapest, but then I've got one tile left over that I can't do anything with, and then I just did not think about PAESD. And yeah, so we took a pretty weak bingo in the end, but again, look at this. It's so small in terms of difference. The top scoring bingos are still only 3 or 4 points ahead of what I have here. So it might even not be that bad given that we open up the big K play up top, which was the highest scoring one here. And look at that, sled was actually best as the out. So considering I was spotting that with 12 seconds to go, that was actually surprisingly okay. So not as bad as it could have been given the circumstances, I suppose. I don't know why we're not being pulled into round 3 yet. Oh yeah, it's about to start. So let's get in there and cue into my opponent. And here we are. I'm going first. This is kind of bad with WUUU. I don't know if we want to play into this. Maybe WHUP. And yeah, I think that's the best we'll do. I didn't really see anything that would be a 5 that stretches one of the consonants to either end, but maybe I didn't look very carefully. Mandatory uwu. Well, unfortunately not with that leave, otherwise I would. But yeah, we have to make a content play every now and then. That's very true. I think I had a game the last time I streamed where the threat of having, I think, lols or lulls in the endgame was actually a really, really big part of the endgame calculation. I vaguely remember that being the case. I think I also had a game on stream at some point where I missed uwu in a very critical situation where that actually would have solved all kinds of problems. So it has happened that we've missed it. I don't know that I've really played it much. If the L were an O, you would have had brouhaha through the H. Yeah, that would have been fun. Okay. Ray over here. We won't have anything to go with the B here with the H, but I almost think that if we go, and that's only 21, we can do something with the YU. I'm trying to see if we can, like, I don't want to keep double A, obviously, but the U might actually be worse. So let's see what we can think of here. Yeah, out of everything that I have here, the only thing that will go under R is going to be the B. So bruv is good. Would bruh be good? Like this bruh. Bruv is good. Given that I actually kind of want to try it. Or we can just go BRU and keep DH for scoring, or possibly even a hook. I have to think about this for a moment because we knew bruv 100%. I was just wondering if like bruh is also there, and I feel like the two are kind of related. But we can do this and then keep the H for scoring and possibly a hook if we want to dump it on. So I'm not keeping two vowels in a consonant. That feels defensible as a choice. Bruh. I have to think about that. Not 100% on it, but it just makes sense for it to be good if bruv is also good, right? So, but Scrabble doesn't always make sense. Yeah, okay, things are still pretty closed off all around over here. We might just go like this. That's not too bad, actually. 23 gets us into a bit of a better leave. I think that's one of the valid spellings. I think DHAL and DAHL are both good, I'm pretty sure. It's like Indian food, right? Anyway. Unfortunately, we don't have to disconnect the tiles for like inaugurate or something. And so we will see. And yeah, thank you, Dr. Cliche, for advising people to be cautious about checking things that might give me information I'm not supposed to have about hooks. It's all right. It's not often going to be critical, and I know it'll be just an honest mistake in the chat, but we'll try to keep things above board. I'm trying to remember GAUR is good. GUAR is definitely, or actually maybe even just GAU. I think that's a Collins thing. But let's... Yeah. Tongers, yeah, that's fine. Let's see. I don't think I'm seeing eights through this. I'm trying maybe something through the N, but I don't really see it. And I think maybe we just go with this idea still. UH doesn't really take much in front, though, other than D maybe. So maybe that's not actually that useful. Because we spend the R, at least we have the T hook and a bunch of other possibilities. Because otherwise that doesn't actually open lanes necessarily. I'm trying to second guess myself here with what a GAU is good as well. But let me think about this for a moment. Let's I think we take it. I'm just seeing like what lanes do I have with the tiles that I'm keeping. If I do that, not very many. But I guess it doesn't block the A hook behind LA, at least if I play one short there. Let's dig it. We will need to dump the Q next. The natural spot for it will be, up here, of course. Actually, both spots will work. QAT here for 34, QAT here 35. We'll look at the state of the board and see what makes more sense. I think TAD does take the S in front. But yeah, I don't really like keeping RR, but the thing is you have to deal with the Q. You can't just sit on it. So let's see what my opponent plays and we'll make a decision about which Q place to go with, but we're kind of guaranteed a 30-point play with the Q. So yeah, and that's going to get blocked. Just going to check quickly that we don't have an even better play that's opened up. And we don't, so we will just take it on this side. Unless I'm missing something. I don't think I am. This has got to be something. Let me think about this. It's a little bit heavy on the consonants, unfortunately. So we should be looking at 8s in some form, but 8s aren't really happening except through the N at the moment. Or from the C, which with this many consonants is not happening. So I don't believe there's a 7 here, but I need to look at this a little more carefully. Yeah, the double R is actually the main problem with situations like this. We don't want to get rid of the D. We might have to just do a pretty small play here. There's no vowels to really play through except like the I for no points. I'm trying to see if, yeah, I don't want to take something, whoops, on this side here if it spends both vowels. This is actually pretty defensible, maybe. Does kind of, or rend, one of the two. 7 points, it's terrible. But we need a consonant dump, I think. Or we go, maybe, is Dre good? I actually don't even remember. That also doesn't score much anyway, but then you'd have a super good leave. Then you'd get some more space going on there, although that obstructs the A lane we were talking about. We're burning too much time. I actually think we go with this. It kind of diffuses the triple a little bit there. It does kind of block the NE hook over there, but we need to manage the rack somehow. And I wish there were a better way to do this, like a higher scoring way to do this. But I don't see it. So, okay, this is a big one. Senator, Toners, Treason, Santero. So something will go down here. It's, yeah, a tingle that I bet that blocks like a whole bunch of my stuff. Okay, so let me write down some of this stuff. Treason, Santero. I think there might be another one as well. You have a bunch of 8s off of it as well. Earstone resonates through the E, so maybe we. I don't like the A position there. Probably we have something through the D. No, because tornades is or tornads is the only thing, and I think, and so that will not fit. Yeah, the problem is like, oh, none of this stuff doesn't even hit. Let's see. I'm trying to see if we can have a better overlap somewhere. If not, we should not spend too much time on this, and we should just go resonate. I don't like the counterplay on this. I really, really don't like it. Let me see if there's a. I don't want to. Tangoers, 74. I don't like the T there on the triple lane. I actually don't even remember if that's good or if it's like, or if I'm thinking of orangist. Anyway, let's not waste time. Let's just look at this. It's so vulnerable. Like spot here, spot here, spot here. You know, everything's just open. So like with X unseen, Z unseen, everything's going to hit, right? So J is going to hit there. You know, just I'm kind of regretting this immediately. Actually, we should have just taken something safer. I don't know if I had a better option there, but oh well. Yeah, you're saying that we almost had Renegade somewhere. Oh, I see. Yeah, because we couldn't have fit it next to the G earlier. Okay, so that's not as bad as it could have been. Just a V there. At least it shows my opponent doesn't have the really big stuff yet. Do we have an S for pissiest to go through? I'm trying to see stripiest. Do we have that? Stripies. No, stripies. No, that can't be it. Tripiest? No. No. I would have seen tripier. Hang on, let's on the anagram stripies. I'm not confident on that stuff. I think we just play something off and find something that I actually like. Dipsiest? No. Tipsiest? I bet there's something through the R. Stripies? Stripies. I can't try that like in 5-point challenge. Like it's just gonna get kicked. Probably. So let's see if we have a good way to just dump. And like so much of this stuff is still open. And then this I here is in the way because like we can't even. You know what? Q's not here. No, Z's still here. We can't do that. This is such a terrible situation to be in, actually. But if we have a way to put the S somewhere high scoring, this is a surprisingly good option. This is actually a surprisingly good option. I guess it dumps the E that we might want for a bingo rack. Like it's breaking up a bingo rack a little too much there. I'm losing too much time. Let's do that. It's a terrible use of an S, but it's undoubling the S. It shows my opponent essentially that I'm undoubling the S. Spiriest. I do know Spiriest. I actually did know Spiriest. I just did not see it in a moment. Okay. I'm way behind now, and let's see. Um, I'm trying to just go this 47. That's not bad, actually. I don't. Fetid is better. Fetid. Keep the E. And then, in spite of the fact that we need the S hook, it does kind of kill the S hook. Oh, I didn't actually look at my other S that I dangled on the left side. Maybe we should take a moment. No, let's just take it. Let's just take it. It's 40-something points. And we have the X now. Okay, well, that's easy. It's just going to be 52 there, unless we have something bigger. Toxemia is through... I don't actually know Toxemia takes an S. Toxemia is through A. I don't think Toxemes is good. Like, not with IM. Yes, maybe it was with... I'm thinking of something else that looks similar. But Toxemias would be good. Maybe. I think so. Toxemia, 1 Toxemia, 2 Toxemias. Daniel, this is going to fish, I think. I think this is an easy move. We just take this. Let me take a look. In case we have something really huge, because we have like potentially Mixto or something. No, let's not waste time. We got 3 minutes. Yeah, notice too on the left side lane, even if you don't hit a triple, you still have an ST ending that's possible there. And so we should actually still keep that in mind. A little vowel heavy at the moment. Yeah, everything's at a DEI fest, right? I might even just go items for 33 if we're in a very close situation. There is a blank unseen. The blank unseen is actually kind of not good for me right now because I feel like my opponent could very well hit on the S over here. Okay, that's going to kill the spawn on the left at least, but let's see. With what we're seeing at the moment, itemizes. We actually do have it. We have it. Itemizes. Yeah. Got it. I'm so glad I didn't miss that. It would have been embarrassing, actually. It's funny because I only saw itemizes when I was looking at a Z and thinking, oh, you know what? I'm so close to having itemizes with a Z. Too bad the Z's out here. And then I see that I actually had itemizes on the S. Okay, good. I feel like we're safe now, except there is a blank unseen, but there's no lane. My opponent has no space to play, so we should be okay. Unless there's like a really wild thing here with like a VET start. It would have to be that, actually, pretty much, because I think in the pool, unless you're using blank as an R, you're pretty much... Oh, actually, maybe like OVER, like if you have over, like over wet or something, that actually is a possibility. Except that's 7 letters, it's not 8. But I feel like if you're looking at the pool with 1 tile left in the bag, maybe there's something that's OVER with blank as R. But then if you're using... No, because then you have the second V. Overview actually. No, because then you're already using a blank for R. You can't use the blank for I. But pretty much the only conceivable thing you'll be looking at here is something with R or T over the EF, right? So, Zigzy, you were scared that I'd miss itemizes? Yeah, I nearly did actually. Like that was a last minute spot in some ways, as I was just about to dump something else. But luckily, I didn't have some other mid scoring attractive play available to me, like items in the bottom left or something. Put items down there and just miss itemizes. I'm trying to remember if Keta is good, unless I'm thinking of like Keto or mixing it up with Feta. I don't know if I want to mess with that. We have to do something about J, obviously, and we just need to drop it somewhere. I'm not worried about what my opponent has down below, but we need to play off the J, and it doesn't really matter what I do with it, but I need to play it off. Do we have something after YU? Nothing good. We have to watch time here. Let's just be careful. I'm trying to see if like there's a way to dump off joke or job or Geel. I think is actually good in Collins. Maybe we go for that. Yeah, no, Geel and Geely and all that stuff. That's definitely good. I think that's best. I think that will keep us ahead. My opponent doesn't have anything high scoring to go over to E, so we should be okay. Worst case, we lose 18 on the BOK. I don't think my opponent has a spot to go out that is going to be high scoring enough to make that matter. So we should be okay. And KOB, BOK are both good, but we don't have a place for them necessarily. Except, oh yeah, no, we have like Cobb and Lib over here. That's one out. And let me think about this. If we can spot any other obvious place. Oh yeah, YUK, of course. So yeah, we actually have 2 outs. KOB over here, 28. KOB over here, 15. I think my opponent probably can have an out here. Like, well, there's vetoes in that rack, but the S doesn't go anywhere at the moment. So if there's something that has an S sort of in a middle position, or something that goes through the D, those would be the outs. Like something through here or something on the end here. That would be a 6 tile play in some form. Those would be my opponent's out options. And the thing is, I don't think they'll have conceivably a way to score enough with either of those. I'm trying to see if maybe there's something to go out here that would actually fit under the U. But even that doesn't necessarily score, because like maximum score off of that, my opponent's rack, regardless of what they play here, 16 off of that, 5 off of that. So it's about 20-ish, and that doesn't get you over because you still only get 18 points off of me. So right now, 418 is the safety line for my opponent going out. And then we have 2 outs that are available. Okay, so Vert is going to go down there, and then we will just Rick Tick. That's very nice, actually. Nice find. We'll take that. Rick Tick is actually not good. Okay, Rick Tick is invalid. Whoops. Okay. I could let my opponent get away with that one, I guess. I didn't even look at the score there. That's 29. Yeah. Yeah, so Rick Tick is not a word. I wonder. Yeah. Well, it sounds like it is, right? Rick Tick. So yeah, we got one pulled over us here. Rick Tick. That's the only thing that's invalid. Everything else on the board is good. And yeah, we haven't been pulled into the next round yet, so maybe we can look at something. But let me update the record first. So that's 3 rounds done. It still seemed like a snow job. Yeah, exactly. Very much so. I'm trying to remember if snow job is one of those language log coinages like eggcorn, and other things that were popularized there back in the day. But let's maybe step through quickly to see if I missed anything particularly good. I missed a cob for 40 spot. Oh, wow. Actually, I didn't see that. I guess I didn't take the time to look. Anyway, whoop is whichever placement you use. Pretty okay. Miss Burrell. I have seen it before. I wouldn't have found it necessarily. Um, and yeah, bruh is good, as we were talking about earlier. It's actually a little better in equity to spend it, I guess. Well, just because of the point difference. And yawn over here, doll. Oh, I didn't think about the Raya hook, actually. That's a lot better than the placement I found up here, perhaps. And gross, but my opponent does see Tongas. I missed graduate. I was looking at the ATE ending as well. I just didn't think of the UATE ending, and I should have seen that. That's not a hard one to hit. Yeah, that's a big miss on my part. And this is where you get Ictic, QAT, obviously. Dre is good. This was actually topped by equity. Look at this, and I was considering this because the leave is just so powerful. And I end up scoring nothing down here. So yeah, about a 10-point equity loss by going for the other spot. But this is good, and it dangles the D as a proper lane on the left side instead of depending on the A start behind the LA. So I was considering that play, didn't take it. A tingle and elating and all that are good. A tingle's a good choice though because it doesn't take the S. I'm pretty sure it doesn't anyway. And yeah, resonate is best by score, but I saw the other possibilities. I saw all the other possibilities, and I guess we just like Earstone is more defensive all around. Actually, like, do you take a 10-point sacrifice to not open this, and this? I don't know. Round 4 is open instantly, so I'll step through this really, really quickly. Spirist was a miss. Resifted. Oh, I know Resifted. I missed it in another game recently, actually. Exotisms. Didn't see it. I thought that Alphagram looked familiar. But yeah, we missed Exotisms for over 100. That's too bad. And then what do we miss? Cobb for 40. Oh, yeah. Didn't even think about B on beta. Okay, let's go to the next round. Okay, that could have gone better, but whatever. Yeah, I thought I'd seen that rack before, and I was thinking, toxemia, but I have absolutely seen the alphagram before, and I would have found exotism in it. I just haven't looked at that stuff in so long. Absolutely should have found it. But yeah, and the thing is, you would think that I'd look at the ISM, but I think the reasoning behind that, though, was that, I'm down on time. I see an easy 50-point with the X. I feel like the leave is going to draw reasonably into a bingo. It's reasonable to play the non-bingo there if you're accounting for the fact that I'm down on time and I can't spend time looking, right? But if I had actually sort of considered that I have a bingo on my rack, then I should have seen exotisms for sure. Like, it's clearly a better play. But I guess it made a reasonable play for somebody who missed. Okay, we don't seem to have anything that's going to hit with the J on the big spots, so I'll probably just go jaw. Let me just look at this carefully, just in case we are missing something, but no, we'll take it. And yeah, we need to get rid of the W's. But we'll see how we do that. OWO might actually be relevant here. I mean, this isn't going to remain open like this, right? But we should not forget that OO is an option. But yeah, Zigzag, you always check suffixes. You're right. It's very easy once you're deep enough in Scrabble to just kind of get into this heuristic shortcut thinking where you just think to yourself, oh, have I seen this alphagram? I don't know. And then you don't actually take the time to unscramble because under time pressure, usually you're not actually solving the bingos. You're kind of assembling them by recognition. We actually think OO is a pretty good option here, 27. Let me make sure we're not missing something really, really good. Like, I don't think we want to drag something from, the Z. We want to get rid of the W somehow. So, alternatively, Woo over here for 25. That's not too bad. We have the S that can go below the Z. It does open up the top hooks, though, for D on top of Z or A on top of Z. So, we don't have a way to take advantage of that. I think I'd rather go here and then open up the right side as a better lane. Scores a little better. Okay, this is something. Narcissist. And I think so, anyway. Narcissist. I think there's a second one too, but I'm trying to look for it. And yeah, this is going to hit, and is going to hit somewhere, unless, there are theoretically some ways where maybe that can block or get blocked on the right side. And we, of course, should take the look for sevens as well. We're very close to something like Tsarists, right? Like if we had something slightly different, that would have been huge. So, you kind of have to take the time when you have the time. But we're looking at Narcissist through here. We're looking at Narcissist potentially through here. It is possible that all that gets blocked. Narcissist would also go here. If you have an E dangling somewhere big, we have other things like canister. Actually, we have a massive spot if there's an E that opens up, but I don't see that an E is going to land in a lane that's going to give me a double-double or something. I should take a moment here to consider the A, just in case we have something. There might be something in there. So Hierogist is going to go. Yeah, we'll take the bottom spots. Carnist might. Okay, I know Narcissus is good. Carnist is like somebody who eats meat, like a carnivore. That might be a Collins thing, but I'm not sure. I know Narcissist 100% is good, so we may have to go with it. And again, it doesn't actually make a difference in terms of the available positions. So we'll. If I don't see whatever is through the A, I think we need to save time and just go Narcissist. Yeah. Okay. Situates through I or A. Yeah, so situates would go statues. We out something would maybe outsets. For those of you familiar with Wind Waker, Narcissus totally dangled the S spot here too. I wasn't looking at it carefully with how far it stretches. We can actually hit the triple, and we will probably try to hit the triple. You think Narcissist is an exotism to you? Yeah. No, because I know that with the NWL or WoW dictionary, that you see, I think of Carnist as this, relatively common word, but I remember trying to solve Carnist and finding that it was a phony in the American dictionary and seeing, oh, okay, it's actually supposed to be Narcissist, and that's how I remember it. Narcissism is good as well, incidentally. So let's figure out positioning here for statues or outsets, whichever one will actually score for me. X-bomb is not available anymore, so the U is not too much of a problem. I actually like that. It closes off like crazy, actually, because it doesn't dangle further stuff down below. I'm kind of liking it. Unless we have, well, I mean, other thing would be like statues. I don't know if that's vulnerable to something left of the E. That would double up nicely with a T. Yeah, this is mostly just vulnerable to M up above. We'll just take it. We'll just take it. Driftier. Wow, this is such a wild game so far, actually. And we actually have that M that I was talking about for the U spot. We actually have the word NABK, which is one of those that you only see in Scrabble, which might be fun somewhere. We also have stuff like Zonk. That's actually a pretty interesting choice. That might legitimately be pretty good. I'm trying to see if maybe I have something better that would dump to U. But Q's still unseen, so, the U's not that critical to kill right away. Let's just take it. And we'll see what we can do here. We might just go like mum or even, no, too many vowels, but if we can go, OOM is good. And the reason I remember it is because I keep thinking of it as out of mana. But I know for sure this is good in Collins. That's actually not too bad a choice. We'll see if there's something else that I can do. I think that's actually not too bad. I mean, it's keeping the U for another turn, but against Q is still unseen, so we need to manage vowels somehow. The other thing is that this is also a location for it. It does open up a little bit. Let's still consider some other things. So over here, we can even put the B on the left if we want to add a little something to try to draw into something better. So 2 vowel, 1 consonant leave, but yeah, we have the other M for the spot on the right if we still want to use it. I feel like we want to draw a little heavily. Blanks are gone though. 19 vowels, 26 consonants. I don't know. 28 points. What is... I guess it kind of locks things up a little bit. Let's take it. Oh, you know what? If we had kept the B rather than something... this is close to something. No, I was thinking of OUABAIN, which we would not have had anyway. We don't have the A's for it. But yeah, the OOM idea is still live. Muon is actually still a choice here as well, although it dumps all consonants, so we probably wouldn't do that. So let's see what's going on here. We're a little ahead in score, but it is not a great rack to work with. I feel like there's something that actually works with this as an 8. Hedge, not bad. 25 off of that if we want to take that. Otherwise, that's vulnerable to stuff like Y. Actually, I mean, this one is also vulnerable to Y because it's Collins. But let me consider this for a moment. We could also just do MOU if I don't mind shedding the U. Still 1 U in the bag, so it's not maybe too critical. Also, M here is available, but I doubt we want to actually use it. No matter what, a lot of this stuff just leaves me with way too many vowels. Let's see. This looks a little more reasonable. It doesn't open a triple. I might have a blind spot for something really much better here. But also, we should not forget that we can still do this stuff, except that keeps IOO. 35 points, is that enough? It's about 10 points up on some of the other options. IOO is so terrible, though. Like, oh, no, UX isn't a word. Never mind. I can't do that. Yeah, anyway, so never mind. Forget that idea. But we should actually consider stuff up top for later. Okay, let's just go with this. Yeah, because maybe there is something that can go up top later. You think I should have fished for Umuamua? Yeah. That sounds Hawaiian. And okay, so you're saying that Carnus was not valid anyway. I thought there was something else in Narcissus, though, in Collins anyway, but I missed Carnitas. I see. Okay, when I was talking about trying to find the plays through to A. But yeah, I had a decent score anyway, I guess. Fall over there, I mean, do I want to just take this for 26? It's not that bad an idea. Somebody's going to take it. I'm just trying to see if this is actually reasonable. Yeah, fall scored 32 there. We're kind of keeping pace somewhat. Getting closer to something. There's still technically lanes through the right side if you take a look at it carefully. Like these are lanes for sure. And we have one S unseen that could go under Zonk. H is technically a lane. Doesn't score very much, opens a triple on the left, but it does exist. The biggest stuff right now, I think, is anything through I or S on the right side. Okay, let's see if we can find something decent. We're a little bit heavy on vowels, but AEIN maybe not the worst leave. I'm just looking at what we're drawing into here. It is pretty vowel heavy, but I don't want. Well, there are 4 E's. Maybe we can afford to dump that. Nothing's going on the left of the K. Well, let me think about this. Board is kind of closing up a bit here. I should also not forget that we might actually still have some possibilities over the X. But not with my current rack. At least not that I can see. But we can maybe kill that possibility for my opponent. So dump to B or dump to E? We're not really in a bingo position. It's 4 E's in a bag. Let's just do it. And draw no E's. Q is going to go there. That's fine. We will... Oh, we have Niqab, actually. 32 over there. It does kind of open up the bottom a little bit. But the B actually isn't in too bad a position there. The other stuff you'll be looking at is YN, but the Y actually is a little bit valuable. Like you can see that you can just have an AN or EN down below, and that scores like crazy. This, it would be a little more vulnerable on the left side. I actually don't mind that one too much. Let me just think about it for a moment. We're not really in bingo mode, regardless. We can, no, it doesn't really do much for me. Maybe actually, 37. That would still be vulnerable to like the AN play down below, though. But we have A and N to do that. So we threaten AN on the next turn, and hopefully we get to it before my opponent does. Let's just do it. Or fish off Y to get a retina bingo. Unless we have something through the L. Natively, I have something here. Let me. I don't have sevens, but I have to look at this. Well, not quite linearity. What about with the double E? Because otherwise the play here might actually be fish Y. That may legitimately be the play, except I'm so far behind. I really feel like I have something. 3 minutes to look at it. You know what? If we had an A or a T to play through, unfortunately, the only T for that is here. That will absolutely not fit. I really feel like it hits with the L, but like inertly, irately, ITY. I really feel like we're missing it. Okay, so here are my options. I go with the original idea, AN here. That's not going to get me to win. I'm too far behind at this point. We go for this. We fish one. Where could I possibly have a bingo? Well, everything's likely to be obstructed, except we still have E lane down here. We still have lanes over here. It's possible for my opponent to block both by going this way, maybe. But we might still have some possibility of a lane if I fish one. But it would absolutely have to be an E start here. And that's the problem. With the pool that we have right now, I actually don't see that it works with very much. Except end train, maybe. 2 left in the bag, incidentally. It's 2 in the bag. No, we have to do it. 2 in the bag, we play Y, and we threaten bingo. I really feel like we missed something. Anyway, urinate, taurine, ruinate, etc. Yeah, that none of the 7s are going to fit. Urinites. So let's look at it with the L. Interlay. I missed interlay. Okay, that was awful. That's just a common one too, right? Like that's like for sure I should have seen that because I would have seen all the 8s that have this. Once upon a time, this is retinula tenurial. It's not gonna hit. It's gonna get blocked. There might be another one in there too, but I'm not sure. Let's look at it through the E. In orate, not quite. Yeah, missed interlay. That is such a common high probability thing. I can't believe it. Cannot believe I missed that. Oh, well. Anyway, he has to guess what I have and try to block. Although, look at how close my opponent is to something as well. He's 1 tile off from linearly or something, but we'll see. I don't see a situation where the L remains open. It's the most likely thing to get blocked. However, we might actually have a spot here at this point. No, we don't. Oh, it's actually going to be just... it's going to be just blocked. Like everything is just barely blocked because it like these are the only sevens here. Nothing fits because the D up front is too much of an issue. Yeah, absolutely blew this one, but oh well. I don't think we would have necessarily gotten close enough anyway. But anyway, let's just play something silly off this. And yeah, I don't really know. Maybe we still have something up top that we can do. Yeah, like no, I don't have anything. Let's just dump something and then pass. So okay. 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 That was terrible. Like the interlay miss was such a whiff. But hentai was okay. Hentai actually would have. Yeah, that would have actually fit. For someone streaming on Twitch, we don't think nearly enough about hentai, I guess. But anyway, let's get into the next one. That's going to be a loss here, so let's mark it. Record. We're going into round 5 with a 2-2 record. Does hedge actually take A in front? A hedge? I didn't know it. I just flat out did not know a hedge. Okay. Stuff like this. I don't know, 29. I don't know if we really want to do that. Maybe we have something a lot better. We see it. I don't know that I want to spend the X so casually, but we have yeah, something IFY maybe we'll see, or LY IBLY. So anyway, let's see what we can do. We'll just have to wait on my opponent for this one, I think. Yeah, I thought something would probably go on top of the X there. That's okay. However, Fox opens up the Y possibility down below it for Foxy. We're so close to something with like a. Just trying to think of the OU spot here. Like, we don't have anything that'll deal with it. But do I have something that can? So I want to hit the Y here, but I don't actually have a good way to do it, except for like YE, which is terrible. But maybe not that bad, given like we don't have to take it this turn necessarily because I'm holding the Y, but yeah, it's just I'm keeping this double I leave, but maybe we should just take the points for it. Like I don't know if we have something a little bit better here. I'm trying to find, and all the E's are going down so quickly too. Yeah, let's just take it. And we got an E. Okay, so close to beliefs, but we will not have it. We should look at IBLE ending. Fissile, no, fissile material, not fissile material. We might just go fib on top here. That's actually reasonable. I'm trying to see if we're missing something much, much better, but let me look at this just a little bit longer. Unfortunately, I don't think so. Let's just dump it on top. Okay, this is something. Well, Lomius to a T, but I'm pretty sure there's a 7 in here. Let me see if I can find it. It looks familiar anyway. Melodias through D. There's got to be something. The rack looks familiar, so yeah. No, a hedge is not good. That the thing is, in 5-point challenge, I can't really try things too well. Yeah, and I do know Phoebe with the B on the bottom of the V. I didn't really have a good play to consider there. Okay, so Melodias is going to go down at least, so we don't need to spend too much time looking. Hayride, yeah, I'm not questioning that one at all. That's got to be good. That's assuming Melodia takes the. I'm pretty sure it does. A light something. I see light, or I don't know. We'll see. Also, massive A spot potentially if we can fit something decent there. If not, we'll see what we can do. The doubled eyes are obviously a little bit of a problem. Yeah, you saw fibril through the R of poor. Oh yeah, doing this Phoebe. Okay, yeah, no, you were looking at this spot for Phoebe, not the other one. Okay. I see, you were looking at this. I was thinking of Phoebe on here, but I didn't see the IBR string as a possibility and should have looked much closer. God's up there. I'm trying to see. Unfortunately, we don't have something like Nighttail or anything similar. I kind of want to get rid of the G. There are no ends in sight to actually make use of it. You know, oh no, I was about to say like something through here with the H, but that doesn't quite work. Let's see. I want to get rid of the I for sure if I can. But why don't we just go GHI? 25. That's not too bad. Gut like? I don't know. There are a lot of like bingos. But unfortunately, yeah, we saw the risk of the massive spot under the A, and we did get hit by that for 72. Gut like doesn't fit anyway, so we don't need to consider it. But there is an ING spot. Unfortunately, I do not think we will have something to make use of it. Let's think about this for a moment. Yeah, I need to open up a little bit while getting rid of some of the gunk. And yeah, I just don't have the vowels to play with this Z right now. Trying to see if maybe we have something that will go down from the J as well, but I'm not seeing anything good. Okay, burning too much time here. Let's maybe not be too picky. I mean, maybe we just do this. 27. I don't know. It closes off like crazy, though. I don't like it. We need a lane later. If I can find a way to open up a little bit, I would prefer that. But this is not a good rack to work with. I'm trying to think about like whether we. Yeah, I'm burning so much time on this one. Let's see. This is such a tough spot to be in. And yeah, the thing is, I wouldn't even think twice about Azon as a word because I've just seen it in Scrabble for so long, right? Like that, for me, it just registers as a common word at this point. I don't know what to do with this turn. This is really, really tricky. I don't want to block off, but I just don't have a legit option. That is so terrible. It's just absolutely dreadful. Uke. Like that. Keep GILT. ING is still an option. Let's do it. Oh, I did not like that at all. Unfortunately, still no solution for the ING, but quinoids. I have to challenge this. It's good. It's 107 points. Well, so much for that. Why don't we just do the overlap and just dump stuff and try to draw into something a little better? Because, yeah, I think we, well, we have no blanks to draw into anymore either. Like, we have the two S's drawn into, but otherwise, like, this board is dying quickly. And let's just do it. Okay, this is actually getting close to something. Hang on. I don't see the sevens yet, but it's like Nortina's through R, which does not fit. Let's think about this. It's not non-eights. It's trying to see Montaigne's from M, Sonatine through I. Sonatine also goes. There's something else in there too. But we have no lanes right now. I guess, yeah, that was maybe not a good idea because it would kill the O spot as well for ourselves. And my opponent's not going to dangle stuff for me at this point for like Nortina's or. I mean, there are 4 R's that are unseen, so it's not impossible, but I think we're playing against opposition that's good enough to be careful about that stuff. And yeah, so we see like a whole bunch of 8s, and I just do not see the 7s. I should have watched Mac Miller because he played Coin Noise in a Clabbers vid the other day. Okay. Yeah, I'm way behind on him and his content. He's a fantastic player to watch. But I am well behind on Scrabble YouTube content, so. And he fished PV to draw 2 eyes from a pool of 7 eyes. That's very interesting. A little crazy, but you have to be to go for the surprise wins sometimes. Okay, Mark over there. I cannot believe I don't have something here, but I have this nagging feeling that I'm missing something, but we have to get out of this situation. I think we just dump Ion to open up space. 9 points. That's terrible, but what do I even do, right? Like, we can't just leave it closed and. But we want to probably get rid of ON, but like 15 points over 9 points without opening anything, that doesn't actually help you, right? So N is not maybe the best ending tile. That's the only thing. But at least we're creating threats. As remote as they be. Oh yeah, no, I said Ion, not in. I really feel like I'm missing something. Is it non-eights? Maybe it is. No, there's a bunch of non stuff that is about the number 9. Maybe it actually is, but I can't. I don't know it well enough to try it. I don't think. But maybe we do a desperation play because I'm so far behind. No, I just don't. I'm just not sure about it. I would have challenged it. Okay, finally something. Except now I see. Yeah, planets. Also for eyes, you have, and I have no place to play planets. Pantiles, panelists, etc. There's something else there. Planist. Let me see. There's other stuff in planets as well. Platons. That doesn't fit either. The spots right now are S here. And this lane here. However, no, it doesn't fit on hayrides. CADS is going to start blocking, predictably. Planets, Platons, I don't see anything else in there, but yeah, and there's like VVWW in the bag. So, we have to try to open up something, but right side, I close off. I don't really have good options. I feel like I blew this game like crazy. All right, let's think about this with 3 minutes. So, I don't think, and although I haven't really looked at this rack in both Lexica, I don't think plants like this is good. I would have challenged it, but I know planets and Platons is good. I don't remember if there's something else in there. And none of those fit at the moment. Well, the lanes are disappearing quickly. This is a little too tricky, I think, unless we know exactly what we're fishing for to hit the S on hayrides. But I also don't really want to block it. Otherwise, we just go, I don't know, penal or something here for no points. Yeah, I feel so dead this game. But what we can do is maybe I'm trying to see if there's something we can do over here to extend. This is so closed down. We can maybe like stretch a bit further and open a triple. It will very obviously get blocked though. 2 minutes left to figure this out. We have 13 tiles in a bag. We have no time to look at this. So what do we? If we do this, then no, it just obstructs more space, right? Like it just dangles the L there, but you can't actually play through it. Why don't we just slap this down? There are 3 A's in a bag. Let's just take 20 points and try this again. Trenders, Titania. Yeah, look at this. Just so yeah. And the thing is, we can't really spend the E. 2 tiles left in the bag. 200 points behind at this point. Like, we're not actually catching at this point, so I don't know. We can try to play optimally with the minute I have left, or we can just like try to put this game out of its misery. Yeah, because ideally we play off 2 tiles and try to draw into an E or something. I mean, you've also got the VVWW sitting around and being a pain. I'm trying to see if there's something specific that we can fish for it by dumping like an R. Because a lot of that stuff won't fit, like rodents, snorted, etc. It's not actually going to fit, right? So I think we just, at this point, just, that's dreadful. Okay, we've got 30 seconds. We'll just look at this VWWRR. So we drew VWW into that pool. And our only consolation is that we didn't dangle an R somewhere for my opponent to play overbear. Because we could very well have done that. This is the kind of situation that resonations were built for. It's unbelievably awful. This little situation here. Like, I don't even know if I can play these tiles in 30 seconds of thinking time. Like, we're just going to get stuck with VWW, and we're just going to play very, very suboptimally to crash out of this game. I only recently heard that, like, apparently the phrase crash out has suddenly taken on a totally new meaning among younger generations, where they now think it's something like throwing this massive temper tantrum or something. When I've always kind of used it to mean, having a disastrous exit from something, like, playing really, really poorly into an end game, or just sabotaging yourself at the end of a tournament or something. But yeah, I have to be careful now when I say crash out, because it's like young people use that differently, I guess. Like, what do we even do once my opponent plays? Like, I've got nothing. I emptied the bag incidentally. We are obviously going to get stuck. We'll probably have to pass some turns. My opponent's probably like taking 7 minutes to look for a V stick. At this point, I mean, I would. It is such an absolutely hideous situation, but did I ever think it was weird that Priestess of Titania was green when it's one of the whitest things in existence? I hadn't thought about that. Think about Titania as material, but I always hear Titania as the Shakespearean character in Midsummer Night's Dream. Like, when people perform it, I've always heard Titania as the name, but Titania as like the noun for substance. Beaver, yeah, I don't even know if I'll bother keeping the S into this. Let's let my opponent go out somewhere. Like, and yeah, we're passing this. Wow, that was a total disaster. Look at that 260-point margin. Absolutely horrifying, that one. Sorry, Dr. Cliche. I let me permit your link. Yeah, my bot is very, very aggressive about anything that even looks like a link. So, wow, that one was terrible. But that happens sometimes. I feel like I missed some plays there that would have got me out of trouble, but we'll step through it if I have time. Yeah. Yeah, I couldn't actually remember until you mentioned it just now what that particular card from Magic the Gathering looked like. I had you with the two W's. Yeah, I didn't have time to look for anything decent at that point. That's the kind of situation where you just, try to get out of the game, essentially. But anyway, we're not being called into the next round. Let's take a look quickly if we can. I actually don't even know if we're on break or something because usually when they run 10 to 12 rounds with this group, they have an intermission at some point. But I don't actually know if they're doing that. I'm just going to see if the director said anything. And yeah, they have a little bit of a break for the lower division. For our division, no breaks because I guess some of our games ran long. So we'll be pulled into the next game at some point. So let's take a look at the analyzer for this one. The only one we didn't really look at was, I think, round 1. I think we at least zipped through some of the other boards. But so yeah, poor over here. Do was actually, that's by equity. So we did something useful there briefly. So I did not look at the Phoebe hook. That's something that Zigzy mentioned in chat a couple of times, that I didn't look at Phoebe joining the B and the R, and I really should have looked at that. And because I know the hook, it's just one of those where we were a little bit blind to it. And briefly comes out ahead, even with keeping one eye by itself. My opponent holds a double blank at this point and has nothing. That's interesting. I don't think it even registered with me until later that the bingo for my opponent was a double blank bingo, until we looked at a pool and saw no blanks. I just didn't pay attention to that. But yeah, so Hayride, find out without too much time. Melodious is my only one here. I am being called into the next one, so we'll zip through. Azons, I missed Juglet. Challenge Coinoids for 107. Yeah, we have nothing going on. Still nothing. Still nothing. And nothing. So yeah. I don't think I necessarily made good plays, but we definitely weren't getting draws that would have rescued me. So let's get into the next one. Okay, so do we have something that will hit with the Z? I don't see that we do. Might go Mozo or... Yeah, I don't know. But the Z is so valuable in Collins that I might actually hold on to it if I have a better option available. But we're so close to Kaizo, incidentally, but not a word anyhow. Yeah, I think maybe Zed is too valuable for me to use so casually, but let's just take it. This has got to be something. It's not re-liked. It's something like red-like? Red-like? No, can't be. Rekindle through N. No N, though. Misacted, very good. Misacted has to be good. I don't think that's going to be a problem. Can you relick something? Relicked? No, I really don't think so. Read like, deer like, deer like. No, no, no. We have two D's. Yeah, with that. I actually should think about whether there is something through the A. Let me think about this. Also, IER endings we should look at. Either that or instead of stressing out about this too much, we just go kidder over here. Hang on. I didn't look at the S. I think we just take the points. Hang on. Let's just take it. It's 50 something points. You know, like in terms of time loss, we can't look too hard for bingo. I probably missed something, but so yeah, deer like a deer. Oh, we actually did have the E to play. Wait, did I totally misread what my rack was? DERLI. Yeah, okay. No, we did have deer like. I even said deer like, and then I was looking at the wrong lane, and I thought, oh, that's two D's. No, it's through the E here. So, okay, that was a really silly moment because I said deer like. I was looking at this, and I thought, oh, wait, no, I misread that. That's two D's. I didn't see I had deer like through the E. Oh, that was okay. Anyway, well, that's okay. This doesn't score very much. And actually, no, depending on positioning, like if you have the K on the triple letter, then I guess that is a lot better. And now we're in this situation here. Either we play LIEU and keep two I's, or we ditch this rack. And I think we're going to ditch this rack. Keep EL. Yeah. It's okay. Score's still close. We didn't completely blow this yet. But yeah, 69 points for deer leg. So that was unfortunate. And the thing is, it would have been safe too, because if you have to position where the. Oh, no, no, the K doesn't actually hit this. Because best case scenario, K is here or here. Deer like. Well, anyway, let's not stress about it. Insaner and. Yeah, that was so silly. Oh, well. The I spot here is still vulnerable to, well, I guess it would have to be a Q ending. It's not too bad. I'm actually just thinking we'll just go, I don't know, 25 over there. That's not very good. This opens up I hook on the left of the W, which might eventually have some potential. Right now that has nothing going on, so I'm may not be thinking about this the right way. Yeah, I'm still thinking about the deer-like moment just now, where we were like a deer in headlights. Hoover, mover, etc. Hover, and look at that. Yeah, the Q is going to go down, but nothing is going to stick to it. At least going the other way. And that really kills off a lot of the right side, actually, in the absence of an S or an N. We can go hovel over here. I actually don't mind that option despite dangling the H. We kind of need lanes at this point. Cannot believe I said deer like and just didn't see that we had the E to play through. But oh well. It's still content. It still counts. And yeah, that's going to only hit for 26. It's not too bad, actually, in that spot. HUMF. Do we want to keep two eyes? I don't know, but it scores decently. Okay, this is something. Poirnier. And yeah, I drew a challenge for that too. Poirnier, it doesn't go anywhere right now though. Oh, yes, it does. Nep is good, I think. That's, yeah, Humph is good. My opponent said in the chat, oh yeah, I thought it was just bump BUMF. That's something completely different. I think, oh, not going to fit anymore. I was looking at Poirnier over here, or doesn't fit anymore, but can we adjust that somehow? Because I don't want this kind of situation again where we say a word and then just don't see the spot for it. I don't think we have a spot for Poirnier anymore, but we might have something. Well, we can just go through here. I don't know if I want to spend an E like that, though. We might even go proven. No, we want to keep Yen for that. Opens up a little bit more space there, I guess. 26. Let's look at this carefully just in case. Are there any hooks above Bane that I know about? Not really. Also, this bit here, the I hook that I was saying, was here earlier. We don't have anything that can hit that, though. Let's make room. I will need to draw into another E. Only 4 E's left this early. Yeah, I really don't know if that's good. However, no. Prone 36. Yeah, let's take it. Not quite airport. Airport. All right. And oh yeah, Puri would have been much better at keeping the E. Yeah, it's true. Much better, actually. Much better. Because you see, now we're not stuck with all this dreck. Dr. Cliche, in what world is porny a word? A world with the internet. That's where. Anyway, let's think about this for a moment. And we don't even have a good way of trying to hit on the left side here with the O, I don't think. Unless it's something really yucky like trio. I mean, I guess it's not that bad. You still have the hook on the right side of the P. You have another hook on the right side of the T. If I could find some way to find something similar with... Actually, spanning the P, that'll be good. But the main thing is undoubling the I's is the actual priority at the moment. Tyro or trio. Tyro is a bit more flexible. I actually don't even remember if that spelling of Tyro is good. Let's just go with what we know. Trio, still too many vowels. Really regretting not playing Puri earlier now, actually. That would have been a significant swing. Patio. Yeah. Shows how often I dine on a patio. We're missing some pretty obvious stuff today, actually. That was not great. This is very, very suboptimal play. Oh well. Cog. That blocks like crazy unless you have the H going up there. We are in a bad situation. Let's see if I have some way to get rid of this stuff. Otherwise, we are looking at an exchange. And an exchange on a board that just doesn't have much space apart from the left side, which is very quickly blockable, I think. Yeah. AIA would go down somewhere, but like that just doesn't get rid of stuff quickly enough for me. Like, if we did AIA here, that doesn't do anything, right? Like we still have double I, and you only have 7 points. I think this is going to be an exchange. But what do we keep? EP? AEP? 11 vowels, 21 consonants. We want to keep not too many because there is a double blank available. A little short on E's. Maybe we want to keep one consonant for balance. Okay, there we go. Petiole. Petiole has a couple of fits. Peloton. No, that we only have the one E. Petiole will fit. And petiole has two places. It's got, no, doesn't quite fit here on the right side. We should actually see if maybe I have something that would go to the O. But that would be, yeah, antelope if we have stuff to play through. But right now we're looking at petiole on 2 lanes here and here, which doesn't hit that high. Let me, here and here. We might actually want to go for the more open positioning. It opens a triple, but we need lanes. Also, do we have, hang on, we need to look at this to see if we have a better option on the right. That's a lot of vowels all in a row at the end of Randy there. So we would want a vowel start, E start or O start. But we are also a little down on time, so let's not be too picky about it. I think we threaten as big a lane as we can. I feel like maybe we could have hit the P down here if we have like a PE ending. Let me see if I can find something with that. No, let's not waste time. We've got 3 minutes. We need to draw the other blank and find stuff. So let's open up as many lanes as possible. 72. This will not be it, but yeah, this doesn't quite fit. Unfortunately, it doesn't quite reach. Ultra. Can you have an ultra jug? Can you have an ultra hug? I don't think so. But do we have something to go through here? With the S. Not quite, unfortunately. Not quite. Because that is the natural thing to look for. And do we have something up here? That, I mean, I guess we could spin the S, because it's not really an S hook board at the moment. We just go jugs, and then at least we're scoring and keeping pace. Even if we don't draw into the other blank, we're actually keeping pretty close. Let me think about this for a moment. Actually, do it this way. because then you have G for a potential ing ending if we draw into that somehow. Although if we're evening the score, we don't necessarily need to threaten everything everywhere, but so we do have the ing ending at this point, for instance. So, we're ahead. We don't really need to keep it super volatile, but we're down on time. And so, yeah, at the very least, we have stuff like having to dump the V if we are in a situation where that will matter. And it looks like my opponent might be drawing into the blank. So we actually do have to be a little bit cautious here. Yeah, that's right. I didn't think about the hook over here with Bora. That's true. That was absolutely a bit of an oversight. Okay, tuba over here. Okay, then I think what we do, because it's 3 tiles in a bag, I'm not expecting to draw the blank. What we do is shed the V as soon as possible. And look at the possibility of reshaving, by the way. And the thing is, if I don't draw one of the blank E and S, my opponent would actually have it. But would they see it? That's the thing. That makes me reconsider for just a moment. Let's Vita 30. Then we empty the bag. And we empty the bag, but we keep ing. Do we have something on the P? Let's think about this. I don't think so. We need to, priority is to get rid of the V, and then we'll see what we draw into. Wow, look at this. This is almost shindig, but not quite. So let's see IND. Unfortunately, the triple I means that we're not going to get something big there. Okay, we have a minute to analyze the endgame. This is not great. But if we go dishing over there, that's 15. We can do better than that. But my opponent is likely to go out. I don't have enough time to see how. Hang on. Let's see if we have a way to hit here. With this spot. No, I don't see it. I'm hind for 24. That's -4. That's plus 20. 398. My opponent needs to go out with 11. Can he go out with 11? He probably can. Well, yeah, because does Ilea take an S? No, because Ilea is plural of Ileum, so he's not going to put the S on the end of hind. Let's take it. And then we need to just go like IWI somewhere in 14 seconds. Zitty, 13 is my out. If my opponent doesn't go out, then I think he might go out. But Zitty is my play if this does not go through. Did I actually have Ophidian? Okay, pass for Isle. Yes, did I get outscored? I got outscored by 1. Oh, wow. Yeah, because that was almost decided by like one of the 5-point challenges earlier, actually. And because my opponent challenged Humph, and that actually nearly blew it on their end. So that's a 1-point loss. I did not calculate it properly and see this, but I had a minute left and I didn't see it. But I felt like I needed the points because, you're very likely to just go out with this. Because if I didn't take this spot, then Isle just goes down in the same spot, right? And then so what do I even do with that? Apart from... You know what? I should have used a blank here. Yeah, if I'd used a blank as an S, that obstructs, and I didn't think about that. But no, the problem though is that like I was thinking that maybe he has something through here, but yeah, I've had a surprising number of positions where that would be. Oh, Ophidian through here. Okay, 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 okay. Okay, okay. I see what you mean with Ophidian. I was too busy watching the clock. I didn't actually catch up on the spot you were talking about because I was too busy kind of fixating on the triple eyes. So yeah, there were a lot of possibilities here where I could have won, but we went down by one instead. Oh well. Eel pout would have been a good find. Yeah, that's true. Eel pout is one of those Scrabble words where like if you see the alphagram, it's harder for me to see with the blank because I wouldn't necessarily think to look for it with the blank. But if you see the rack, Scrabble players find that quickly, I think. So you think they win regardless of evils? Yeah, actually, my opponent was just saying something like that in the chat here on my end. Evils through the. Well, what am I looking at here? Oh, through yeah. Oh, for Skitter. Yeah, I see. I wonder if I had something there. No, because I had no, because I just have the blank in this rack. Yeah, so maybe I just don't have a win, like, theoretically speaking. But again, I was so far down on time, I didn't have a chance to look at it. Okay, so 2 and 4 after 6, unfortunately, with the 1 point loss there. Very, very suboptimal on my part, but we had a couple of difficult situations. I'm kind of surprised I kept it as close as I did because I felt like I was struggling that whole time. But yeah, let's take a quick zip through it while we're waiting on round 7. And let me see if there's anything going on in the group chat at the moment for whatever they're managing. Anyway, let's zip through the game while we have a chance. So this, yeah, Kuri, I don't think I knew the spelling of Kuri, to be honest. Native Australian. Yeah, it's almost certainly just Collins exclusive. I don't think I know it. I haven't really systematically looked at the 5s with the high tiles in Collins yet, so I'm missing a lot of stuff there. Which I was thinking about when we saw Vraic, like VRAIC in one of those earlier games. It's a list I really need to get to. Misacted is pretty good. There's a lot safer options that score better, of course, but yeah, so Deer Like, Read Like, both are good. Deer Like I was actually pretty confident about, and then, of course, I said it and I missed it. Not our proudest moment. Ulzi, I actually missed as a possibility. We could have looked at that, but I wouldn't have liked keeping the IIL anyway. Look at the equity on this stuff. Like the highest equity is 5 on this turn, so I think for the sake of giving myself something playable, to dump is fine. And that's the best dump. Insaner is here. Oxime through here. Oh, that's interesting, actually. Keeps Wolf. QI is obvious. Yeah, at this point I want to stretch out a little bit, so Hubble is probably fine. And then Humph is good. What is this? Yeah. With the pH as well. And then, yeah, Puri is better. Look at the equity difference there, +7. And looking at that intuitively, it was easily best. And yeah, you were saying that even Ophidian loses by 1 if they find the evils in Skitter play, huh? Yeah, because that is a really hot spot. Anyway, Ghetto over here. Missed Patio. This was so awful. Got a -11 equity loss on that one. That was dreadful play. But Okay, got the best exchange over here. As you can see, top equity on this move is +5. And so this would have blocked the evil spot at least and took that out of contention for something later. But I think, this is a move where you dump. Eelpout and Petty Eelpout scores an extra 20. It does dangle the S on the bottom. Yeah, if I'd iterated through this properly, then maybe I would have found it. If I had a U on my rack rather than a blank, I would have found it. I wouldn't have necessarily thought to make it a U. Oh, it's one of those where if you look at it, you look at this rack with a U and you see out peel and you think, oh no, that's not right. It's eel pout. And that's one of the ways that you get to this really quickly is because intuitively you're almost certainly just going to see out peel first, even if you know it's supposed to be eel pout in there. Leptome, I don't think I knew. But yeah, at least I found Petiole. There's not much else going on other than the eel pout spot. Ultra there, and yeah, Juga is about 6 points better by equity because we would shed all vowels. That's a bit of a concern here, but the bag is actually vowel heavy at this point. But it's just vowel heavy with 4 eyes, right? So it's a close choice. It's not super, super distinctive. Abulia's was missed on that side. And then, yeah, Vita is best here. Paisley, interesting. And then Ophidian for 42. We talked about hiding in this spot. Why don't I just consider hiding in that spot, actually? It's better by 4 points, which with what my opponent was doing might have been better, but he had a lot of time to look for evils or even Vi's over here, which is very significant. And yeah, Isle is not even that good a move necessarily, but there are a lot of spots for it and a lot of possibilities. Anyway, we will be getting into the next round in just a moment here, so let's get into it. Oh yeah, WIS does take the Y in front. Yeah, we do know that. Let's wait for an S. Because S gives us a content play. But I'm not necessarily convinced we'll see it because my opponent exchanges 3. Now, do we just go short against this? Usually with an exchange, the kind of meta thing to do is to exchange back so you don't give your opponent too much space to work with. But here, I think we just play short, take the points. Unless there's something I'm missing. Let's not waste time. Let's just take it. Okay, this is something esoteric to a C. Trolley through L. I'm trying to see if there's a 7. So yeah, there's a bunch of stuff that will go. But do we have anything? Theorize. And there's something else in there too. Theorize. It goes with something else. Isothere? Yeah. Isothere. If the H remains open, which I do not expect. And is there seriously no 7 in this? Let me think about this. And then there's a whole bunch of stuff that you could eventually draw to, like coteries or whatever. Like there's a lot of 8s, but I'm trying to see if there's a 7. This might be one of the kind of famous high probability dead racks for 7s, but I don't want to say that yet unless we know. Like N gives you a whole bunch of stuff. Venerius has something else in there too. So yeah, essentially we should look for 8s. I don't know if there is one with a double T that we should consider. Yeah, Dr. Cliche, you thought I should pass for content. That would have been an interesting move. You liked hitter keeping eye? Yeah. Maybe I am just far too averse to keeping eye. It is a significant point gain, such that it wouldn't matter, I think, with such an early draw. But I tend to be very wary of keeping something eye heavy. Okay, what do we say? Um, did we find anything through any of this stuff? We saw the one with the N. I feel like there's something else in here. But we have to, like, maybe look at this. And it's a bit of a weird fit there anyway. Um, what do you think? Yeah, so this is why the meta is to exchange after that, but I guess that's what happens. Let's see. Egotizer. Egotizer? Egotizer. Ergotize? Hang on. Egotize is good. Egotizer, I don't think. Ergotize. I think it's ergotize. I don't think it's egotizer. I think it's ergotize. But I actually don't remember. Let's see. Am I confusing it with something? Ergotize. I like it. But I could be wrong. It is good. Okay. Yeah. It goes with egotize. That's the way I remember it. And I had to remember, like, where does the R go in that when you add it to egotize? It is ergotize. Yeah. Okay, so let's scrape off all of this stuff. That's actually a good position for it too. We hit double with that. It does open up, well, the spot here, but luckily my opponent did not do the Q going both ways. Now, I don't know if we have something good here. I might actually just go unwary through here just to dump some of that stuff and keep blank T, unless we find something that will go with this. UN is sometimes good. Way is sometimes a pretty good suffix. But if we don't see something quickly, I mean, I guess there's the E that potentially plays through, but W and U are so bad together that unless we see something quickly, I don't think you can be unsweaty, right? Unsweaty. I would not like it. I would challenge that for sure. Unsweaty. OUT. Out. No. We take unwary. Let's do this simple thing and just dump the tiles I don't want to work with. And keeping blank T should be fine. Picketed if we have something to play through. Yeah, we have the E to play through for picketed. We'll see if we have other options if E gets blocked. Unwatery. Ah, okay. I didn't see it, obviously. Let's see. I am kind of having a bit of tunnel vision for picketed right now. If picketed gets blocked, well, there are two spots for picketed. Both spots actually will work, and both spots are reasonably defensive. Picketed here, picketed here. Obviously, the bottom one scores, so we would take that, but we will hit something. The only possibility for both getting blocked would be something coming through fakirs to block it. My opponent challenges unwary. That's interesting. I would never have really even thought of challenging it, to be honest. Like, it just seems so common to me, but sometimes that can trick you. Like we were saying with stuff like Carnist earlier, where, well, it's 5 point challenge, right? You know, if you have any doubt. When you're actually playing Scrabble, it does mess with your ability to make those judgments sometimes. Let me make sure we're not missing something really good off of the P on the left. If not, also, oh wait, this might be a much better spot for picket. No, 82 here for picketed. And the C kind of defends against any really heavy parallels. Let's take a look at the positioning. Picketed for 80 over here. Picketed over here, which, well, it doesn't really close off. I mean, you know, Fakir is still out there in the wild. 88 for that, though, because of the K placement. That's best for score. I think we just take the points. It does give back to K on the triple, but I don't think that actually matters too much here because, you know, the left side spot gives back the 3-tile parallel. Is there a back hook to picketed? I don't think so. So I think we take it. Yeah, so main thing here is, again, that you have the K on top of the triple rather than the I. Why did my opponent challenge picketed? What are they doing here? Why are they handing me points? Well, actually, no, well, I don't know. Like I said, if you have any doubt whatsoever on the bingos, you should challenge more aggressively in Collins. And I sometimes have made mistakes where I'm too reluctant to do that. But still, you know, these are words that I find so common that unfortunately the Y here isn't going to let me tail it off with a UCCA as much as I would like to. Let me see if I can do something about some of the U nonsense that we have here. Yeah, that maybe not a native English speaker. That's very true. There are very strong Scrabble players out there that are not native English speakers, so it's not unheard of. Maybe we just dump consonants a little bit here, unduplicate a little bit for 17. It does leave S open on the left, but it's not really a bingo S, so let's see. I really feel like we can do something better, though. This leaves S open on the left for the triple lane. It's not so good. Keeps CUDD, that's awful. If we can do something to just get the U out of here, like we have CUD somewhere even. Although that often gives back SCUD. So I'm trying to see if we can have a better spot for some of this stuff. I think, yeah, no, let's just unduplicate and then see if we can get out of trouble next turn. We should think about starting to lock up the board a little bit since we're ahead by 1. Before stuff like this comes down, iodizes. Yeah, that's too bad. I'm looking at stuff like Q'd over here. Q's AAN, not great. Does open up a little bit too much on the left. I probably should have thought about obstructing the right, but I was thinking that, okay, stuff like CAD or CUD or whatever, you know, I was looking at CUD here. I was thinking that opens up, but that would have been better than leaving the opening on Fakir. So Kana is good. It's like katakana, I think. Let's just take it. Maybe there was somewhere that I could do something similar with the U, but anyway, having the Z here is not too bad. Let's see if we can do something with it, or even here. Oh yeah, I didn't think about Claudette. That's a hard one to spot. Joel. I don't like that actually. Maybe I'll check it. It's good. Okay. All right. I guess we're even when it comes to. Well, I guess I drew 2 challenges and felt like I had a 5-point buffer to work with. Yeah. Okay. No, I was thinking like with one L, it's good. I couldn't remember if it was the second L. I've looked at all the 4-letter J words. I just can't keep them all straight because that's something that can get confusing. Now we're in a spot where I can do Q. We could get hit by a triple triple or something, but I don't have a way to hit that with a Z yet, from what I can see. Let me look at this a little more carefully, just in case we have a way to go like Zeta somewhere, or oh, yes we can, yes we can. Let's do it. It does give back to Z on a triple, and hopefully it's not like a triple triple. But usually I find this kind of move pays off decently because, you know, you get a ×4, they get a ×3 back. And so you kind of come out ahead. Usually. We're so close to colonize. Look at that. We have uncoiled to a D. It's not going to fit. Uncoiled. We're so close to colonize. Like if the U flipped to an O, we would be able to just play through to Z. As it is, we might just go Zoic or even Zinc. No, Zoic for sure, I would say. If it remains open. If it doesn't remain open, let's take a look at something else because this is potentially a rack with some bingo potential anyway. So let's wait to see what would happen. I think Toluene is spelled with an E-N-E, not an I-N-E. But I'm looking at what you spelled there, Toluine, and I'm thinking, if that were how to spell Toluene, I would have seen it. I know Toluene is good. Now I wish I played Kuna. Yeah. That's true. Because then we would have like Calzone or something, but oh yeah, that's right. I know Kuna. It's just one that I didn't think of at the time. Anyway, there's some thing that can happen with this rack that we're sitting on right now, but with the U already out, we want to get rid of the. With the Q already out, rather, we want to get rid of the U when we can. I'm trying to see if we have something from the P on the left, actually. Because I feel like there's something. You can't unpolice something, I don't think. Unpolice, no. But there's something. It's so close to uncouple if you had 2 U's instead. I don't think you can incouple. But we should look at the IC ending, like for example, if you had a K to play through, like a Lucon is a particle, right? Isn't it? Couldn't you have something like Luconic? But the K is already on the board, so I don't know. I might be wrong about that anyway. But anyway, long term, my opponent, they might very well be just looking for a triple triple through there or something. But we will definitely obstruct the Z if it remains open. I do not expect it to remain open. I do think that it's going to be taken. But yeah, and all Ds are out, so we're not getting uncoiled. All Ds and all blanks are out, so uncoiled's not happening. You can have the fun police. Yeah, that's very true. Yeah, some really bad misses all over the place today, but okay, so do we have something that can still hit the Z? Let me think about this. Fish off the U, draw one of the 4 O's, right? Is that how to play this game? I actually should have thought about what happened to that area. Gets blocked. However, we can maybe do something on the right. AIR will have an N ending if you have some way to deal with it. I do not really have something that will go there, I don't think. But maybe something that can go down from that spot. I'm still looking at the Z as well. I don't see that I have anything, but OB will take an O on the right side as well. It takes an E, it takes an O, it takes an I, actually it takes a whole bunch of stuff. I don't think, incel actually is good, I think, but it has a bad leave. I don't think include is something I hear people say sometimes, but it's not good. It's not actually right. Oh, you know what? Nuclei doesn't fit there. I'm trying to find some way to just dump the U on the right side in a way that would actually score, but I don't see it. And I'm looking a little too hard for it, I think. Okay, I'm wasting too much time on this turn. Let's see. This is such a big threat on the right side. I just don't know how to deal with it. It's going to be like NO something. I may actually just go incel there. I don't like keeping OU into this, so that's just terrible. But that is actually such a terrible leave. Enol, CIU. CIU, is that better than just keeping OU? 14 vowels, 60 consonants, very vowel heavy. You know what? Let's just go. Actually, AI, no, that's not right. I'm trying to remember. Because, yeah, still leaves the right side dangling, but we still have the E to take care of the right side if we. Okay, I'm wasting too much time. Let's just take this and obstruct a little bit. Oh, okay, now we have stuff. I don't think we have something through the Z. We have outlies, but do we have something from the P? I spent so much time on that turn. That was such a bad decision. Outlies off oboe. Let's take it before we waste too much time. Is there an N in the pool? Yeah, there is an N in the pool. If we draw towards the N, we get nerds over here. Faving, okay. I actually didn't even stop to look at that because I was too busy trying to like play this other time. Fave is good, you see. Fave is something that's new, that's been added in both lexica. I actually would not have necessarily questioned faving. It didn't stick out to me. So yeah, okay. I was looking for something like oculi on that turn, but anyway, So there's an X spot here. If you just want to dump a single X. Obviously, there is still the possibility that my opponent is going to go for something off of the Z, so we have to be careful with that. If we had a second R, actually, we could have gone like ARROZ, which is a kind of rice. I'm trying to see if we have something else that would go there. If not, we should maybe actually obstruct the area. Even if we go like extra or something. Like, now, the problem with that is that an E ending there might actually be even more conducive to my opponent having a bingo into that later. So it might be even worse. I think Retox is actually good. Retox looks like a good option, actually. 41 points. It keeps AA, but the thing is, yeah, because we might be able to outrun, as long as it's not a bingo to the Z, which is still possible. Like, and I think the responsible thing to do is to block it. If you play AA here first, then you still have Retox as a possibility down here on a later turn. And you still have tons of lanes down here, though. That's the thing. It's just that the Z is going to be a very high scoring lane, and we might not be able to do much. It might even be better to try to find a play that keeps ERT, try to draw into N for nerds, and see if we can do something with this stuff. It won't quite hit the X on a good spot here, but yeah, my opponent's also down to 2 minutes. He's probably looking for something, and he's close. So we should err on the side of blocking. I also feel like I'm close to something, incidentally, bingo-wise. Not quite there, but there's stuff that I could be fishing for if I were reckless. Yeah, you're thinking like favoring something instead of faving something. Yeah, that's true. But you never know about like internet slang where you make something a favorite or... I don't know. I just didn't stop to look at that. I played a little too quickly just to get the outlies down. Anyway, yeah, my opponent might have a hard decision. 8 tiles in a bag. Ova, that's interesting. Because it technically keeps the Z open up top for IZE. Do we leave that open? And go for points here. So this empties the bag if you go... what was I saying? Retox? That empties the bag. Do we have a better way to do this that does not empty the bag? I think the way we do it is we block with a 2-point play. But then what if my opponent just bingos down on the lower lane? Then do we worry about that? We can't really deal with both. Retox has the benefit. So the problem with it is that it empties the bag. And so I think I would actually potentially lose to bingo if it's a Z bingo. It does get me up to 452. 452, and then I draw a full bag, and then my opponent bingos to the triple. They still need to land on the right spot to do it. So did need a Z bingo or did need to land on a good spot? I think that in the interest of taking the points. Oh wait, hang on. Let me make sure I don't have anything through here. The X. We can't spend too much time on this stuff. I really shouldn't empty the bag. That's not good play, but maybe a little bit of tunnel vision here for the possibilities. If we can have X draw, yeah, X for 34, then we draw something, and then like if we draw the end, then we have nerds, but then that's like such low probability. But we're down on time. Let's just try to end the game quickly. And does my opponent have something? I'm trying to see if there is something through the A. I don't think there is. It's almost outgain or something like that. I'm trying to see if they have something through the Z. Like almost something like agonize, but not quite. We'll probably just go barf over here for 27. And let's. Oh, look at this. Wares. We have wares for 51. So yeah, that's first choice for sure. If the Z remains open, we take wares. I do not think my opponent has a bingo, but I could be wrong. Because Retox actually was not maybe that bad because it blocks the P lane, which maybe had something. It was risky depending on what we drew, because this is kind of a bad draw, all things considered, because we drew the highest point tiles in the pool. So this is a minus 24 on mine right now. A minus 24 still requires something like a 90-point bingo for my opponent. So, and he's low on time. He's not going to find it. But we'll take wares if it's available. Otherwise, we take barf, and we just have to play quickly. Yeah, in tone, nothing to question over there. Let's just take it. If you know the Phantom Menace, you would know Balf. But unlike the word Jedi, it's not one that has made it into this game. Okay, so let's pass on the rug. And the only invalid word here is faving, which we talked about. So we actually managed to get over 500 on that due to the draws at the end. I don't know if my opponent missed something big, but I did not see a bingo for them. So let's remember to look at game 1 and game 7 at the end, because those are the ones we did not step through at all. I am being called into the next round now, so we do have to go. Update the record. Going into round 8 at 3 and 4. I usually kind of draw evenly with this group that we play with. Not quite neutron. This might actually be... this is an exchange, I think. So yeah, this is actually a three-peat against his opponent. So I need to think about like putting unknown in front of words every now and then. Okay, do we keep ERNT or ENORT? Change 2 or change 3? Change 2 or change 3? We're going to change. Unless we go U2 in the middle, which is also a possibility. Like, which would take 2-2 in front. This is functionally very similar to what we're doing. You know what, let's just do it. Maybe that's not the correct play. Like maybe the meta thing is to exchange, but you exchange and then, you know, you're kind of giving a bit of a tell to your opponent. Here, the main issue is T-hook on the left. But U in the center position is not too bad, except for the UN starts. And yeah, not a very concerning play over here. Now, we need to unduplicate a little bit over here. Let's even go like maybe like this, keep EE. And R, that's, oh, do we have enroller? No, we don't have an L to play through. Re-enroll is, no, that needs an L as well, I think. Yeah, it does. It needs a second L. I know because I've actually played this as a phony before and gotten away with it in a game. But it makes me think that yeah, I think I know for sure, in fact, that there are no sevens here because I have played re-enroll before on somebody. Let's just continue building. This is something teenier, and there's something else in there too. We no longer have the Utu hook, but we have a lot of other places we can go. Well, not a lot of other places. We have the spot under the U. I think that's actually it. So yeah, teenier will go here. Let's make sure there's nothing else that I'm looking for. Teenier also has the benefit of not being vulnerable to S on the right side, although the I is in kind of a bad spot, and the E is vulnerable to an X bomb. But I think that's pretty much all that we have going for us. I think there might be something else in teenier, but I don't know that I'll take the time to look for it. So let's just take it. And then, yeah, the Q would not really do much across there. We have an H to play to. We have FIQH. We can try to obstruct some of the spots that have been open up. QIS is always an option we should consider for when we're able to do so. And yeah, we'll just see what to do because given how consonant heavy we are, we should actually strongly consider just going QIS. The V is going to be terrible anyway, but we just go VG here. That's not even a bad idea, except of course it opens up things like the A hook down below. So that's going to be what goes down on that side. Let's think about it, because also there is the ING possibility. I don't think fiving is good. Oh, no, we don't have that many I's anyway. I think we just probably play this off. It uses the S, but it dumps a consonant when we really need to. We might have to deal with the V and G next turn. Again, the other possibility is we just dump it now. Or actually, no, here. Because then that obstructs the triple location a little bit. It doesn't obstruct the X-bomb, though. If I do this first, what are the possibilities? What are we doing for the Q to next turn? We still have the same spot available to the left. But let's take the points. Okay, got some vowels. Good. And then, yeah, we need to start thinking about obstructing a little bit. This will obstruct the X-bomb location by just closing off the right side of it. So given looks okay over there. We'll see what else looks interesting once we see what my opponent does. Yeah, this here is still vulnerable to XU and only XU. Dune. Dune? I feel like I should have seen that. Yeah, no, Dune's good. No. I think so. It does close off the V idea I had. Dune. Sounds Scottish. Um, let's think about this. And yeah, I feel like we should still move towards getting rid of the V's somehow. That keeps three E's. I don't know if I like that. This opens up the A spot on top. I don't like that. None of these are very good. No, we can just take this. Unfortunately, that keeps the V another turn, but it does get rid of some of the E problem. Oh, we can do this. Better leave, for sure. The impact of the G is muted a bit by the N, but I still like this better. Anyway, let's see what happens from here. And we'll just wait on the next play. So T is going to go under EF, but that's not going to give you very much to work with. Q is going to remain closed until an I goes down to that location. We should not forget about this location as a possibility. Also, GOE takes a Y in front, I think. I'm pretty sure. And so that's something that we might need to keep an eye on at some later point. So yeah, this here, this actually takes a Y up top. So we'll see what happens. I am behind on time. I'm going to have to keep an eye on that. My opponent did go all the way down on the clock last game as well, so. Don't know what they're looking for at the moment, but we'll find out. MAIT. I don't know about that. Let me think about that. MAIT. That's I don't know. I don't like it. Like we've seen all the hooks in front of AIT. There are a lot, but I don't think so. Yeah, it's off. Okay. Okay, my opponent holds MAIT. Let's write that down. They could have just gone AIT there. I don't know why. Well, I mean, unless they were fairly certain that was okay. Anyway, we probably can't do too much. We can't do anything on that side. So if they want to play AIT their next turn, they'll just have to do it. I actually almost think, since we bought ourselves a turn here, actually no, it leaves me a little bit consonant heavy. Stretches out a little bit. Vulnerable to the M on the right side if my opponent decides to take it. Either that or we just like kill off a V here. Or we go something like TOD. I don't think that takes anything in front. I have to think about this for a moment because there's some weird stuff in Collins with like A hooks. I might be confusing it with some other weird front A. I don't like keeping the V here though, but anyway, we're burning too much time. Let's fish off one doesn't do much for me, but it, yeah. We're a little stuck here at the moment. I mean, I guess I could maybe do something to block down here. Like, I don't know if... Well, that just opens like crazy, right? Like, I don't like any of those options. Let's just dump the V. It's such a terrible play when I'm not actually fishing for a bingo, but oh well. I guess I saw my opponent's tiles and I'm trying to see if they take some initiative here, but because if they go AIT here, we have the N to follow up under the Q. So that's the idea, that we keep N in case they try the same spot. And then, so for example, something like an AIT ending, we just drop something with an EN ending below that. This is such a silly play. Oh, also V. Okay, no, I should have been careful there because I forgot that in this lexicon, V actually opens up E hook on top. So that's actually not safe at all. That looks like I'm opening a lane for the E, in fact, which is terrible. I might even just have blown something there if my opponent is suddenly given a massive bingo lane. That's okay. If nothing happens there, we'll probably just go lend or even del next turn and just kind of kill it. And pretend that we planned this all along when that was not even remotely the case. Okay, yeah, so they actually did have the spot there. That's okay. It was, in the end, not that threatening. Now, del is a little bit better than lead here because of the hook situation. It actually closes off quite well because nothing's going to go on top of Li, nothing will go left of DL. And then we keep a decent leave into that. So even though it's only 16 points, we close off, stay ahead. This is almost inflict, but not quite. Inflect, we have inflect, but it does not go anywhere. However, we have the I to go under the Q. If we have somewhere to go inflect, also my opponent still holds an A. Likely what will happen is we just go something like Finn instead. 25, if that remains open. Also, this 27 here for F, but I don't know about that leave. So there are ways to continue to build if we're not given a really, really convenient spot for inflect. However, if my opponent has like something like this, oh, it almost goes, but not quite. Nothing goes in front of rabbit, I don't think. Well, we can still go like tin or something. And I don't know, keeps a pretty heavy rack. 26 here. F here, 27, but then you know what? If we go Lin over here, we actually still have F as a possibility on the right side. In case we want that to be the follow-up. We might have some other possibilities here, actually. Like if we go something like flock. Oh, sorry. It does open up like crazy, but 36 there, that keeps a really, really nice leave. And then we might still have E as, and well, we have the N and the E and everything still as a possibility, and we can draw towards bingo. Okay, this is close to something. I bet we have something in here that I will no doubt miss. We're so close to, like, if we had an E here, that's 61. We might even spend the blank on something like that. Like, that's big enough that it would actually be worthwhile. If Xzone is actually correct, am I thinking of Xzone? Let me think about that. I think it's good, but I have to keep everything straight here. So I'm still going to look for a bingo, but like this is looking interesting. Blank on the left side. 61 points on that. Like we would take it, I think. But let's continue to look for something else. It's so close to something like exigent, extending, maybe? No, that's too long. We have nothing that would extend to extending. Baw over there. So I actually think we're going to go for this play. It's too interesting. I may be missing something, but we're ahead by about 30. We want to pull ahead by that much. And it does close off decently, even if the F is still dangling up top. I think we take it. Okay, this is close to something. So IDE is going to take, I think, only S and A down below. Here we will probably just continue building under with like GN or something. I'd like to get rid of some of the R's, but there are definitely 8s with it. No, Röntgen, no, we don't have 2 N's, we have 2 R's. Anyway, likely what's going to happen is we're going to try to take out the F spot if we have a good way to do it. Probably just with front, you know? And then we draw into confront later, although there are no C's, so never mind that. And Joseph, welcome. Yeah, we'll probably just go front unless, yeah, so this spot over here leaves something big for the, you unpen. Like, I guess you let something out of a pen. Unpen. Unless you, like, upend something. I don't know that. Yeah, I guess you let something out of a pen and you'd unpen it. Okay, we have a couple of possibilities here. We go rung, and we have a good lead for 18. F spot still up and up top. It does kind of open up the bottom. I would be mostly concerned about something like a massive J play in that spot. Other possibility, we go for something like here to at least close off the F triple triple lane, but then I actually think that maybe the J is a bigger problem at this point in terms of something that my opponent is likely to hit over that U. It does kind of open more lanes to go down there, though. I'm more worried about this. And then now we can go like frothy over here for 45 as the next move. If it remains open, it does not remain open, that's okay, because it's no longer a triple. I actually think that there's something in here. Well, maybe not a 7, but this is like there's something probably trophy. It's so close to atrophy. It might even be not a bad idea to go like this because then you close off lanes on the bottom. 30 points is not that bad. It does, you know, have a lot of counterplay on the parallels, but stuff like this. I mean, a W is not a huge threat. The 16, I actually think we'll do it. It kills a lot of stuff. And it gives me a big draw with a like remaining. I'm liking the idea. Okay, and look at this. We get a pretty decently balanced rack. We have J for stuff like jukes. Like this, blocking the N lane looks best right now. Because then we kill the N. And that's a 45. Oh. Oh, it's... What did I confuse to B-I-N-T with? Okay, that's not good. Yeah, no. I was thinking of something else. Yeah, B-I-N doesn't take a T. That was very silly. However, we did see that JS is still in the bag at least. Whoops. I don't know why I thought B-I-N-T was good. Oh, you know what? I think it was actually one of the removed offensive words or something. I have no idea what it means. I didn't know that. Maybe because I think I still see it in NWL or WoW, and the only way really because recent edition of Collins says otherwise. I think captured all of the new stuff that's been added to the North American book. So if that's a lexicon difference, because I was pretty sure it was good, then that would be, well, yeah, if it's a lexicon difference, then that would be because it was like an offensive word or something. I have no idea what it means. So, but that's the only thing. Yeah, you would assume that was a word and it is an insult towards women in England. Yeah, I feel like it was one of the ones that was taken out with the offensive word purge in recent years. And okay, so opponent's going to exchange. Now we know there's some good stuff in the bag because we saw it. So we might even want to think about blocking things off. That looks positionally like such a great play too, right? That, um, and then now I'm really way down on time because what happened there? I don't really have a good second choice for taking all that stuff out. So we could just like play worthy for low points and then try to draw, or what did I say about trying to? Oh yeah, no. It was when I drew the J and the S that I thought we could play down the right. Hang on. You see, now I'm having trouble thinking about what to do. Oh yeah, no. I said we wanted to EFT here earlier. Oh, we actually lost that possibility. You see, now I'm having trouble seeing what I want to do. Okay, let's just go Hoi. D goes on top of Yad for Dyad, but we'll take it. You were thinking theories maybe in trophy. Oh yeah, I actually didn't think about that, but I was thinking in terms of the leave. I wanted to keep the E, but it is pretty value heavy in the bag right now. It's just that there's only one E remaining. And the thing is, I wanted to obstruct as much as possible. I would not have wanted the O to be on top of the triple here. I specifically wanted tons of consonants here to make it really difficult to bingo stretching here. I was specifically trying to obstruct. And so I would have chosen trophy over that regardless of the point sacrifice. So yeah, no D's in the bag, so it would have to be a blank D to go on top of Dyad. To go Dyad on top of Yad. The thing is, right now we still have a couple of risks here. This and this stuff. And so, oh, look at that. Opponent's going for something. Now, Collins has a bunch of stuff that goes on top, but none of them are really in the pool. You would need to use a blank for that because it has like B, C. Oh, I guess M takes that. We might even just block like that. I don't know, but the bottom is actually still a bit of a problem. I'm down on time. I really need to just pick something. Let's just kill it completely. I'm assuming that maybe they're holding M or something into that, and I don't have enough time to think about this. I've got 30 seconds, and there's too much stuff in the bag. We lost too much time to the challenge and all that. Except now I lost my E for this hook here, and my A for this hook here, so actually maybe that was a terrible move. But at this point, yeah, 3 S's. There are some comeback possibility for sure. Gladiate, I have to challenge it. I think it's good. It's good. And yeah, we're way down on time. I need to figure out what to do with this V. We don't have enough time to do this. Okay. Let me go vests here, probably. Unless we have something. Yeah, my opponent has the J and the S. They're very close to something like majors on the right side, and that would just kill this completely. Although we could maybe counter with Vims if they go majors. But there are a couple of different possibilities here. But the J is a massive issue right now. We absolutely go vest if it's available. If it's not available, then I'm probably going to start taking time penalty very shortly. We have to play a little bit blitzy here. Sevs, I think, is good. But we want vests on the right side because, yeah, the fact that they're taking so long tells me that maybe they don't have something like majors. Majors actually hits this spot. So if my opponent decides to fish into majors or something, then we're in big trouble. Because that would be dreadful if like majors is still available after this move on the pool. Like if they fish 1, they get majors on the turn and they get it in 2 spots. And so if they fish 1, we actually have to block here. However, my opponent is down on time. I don't know if they'll see it a possibility. Mwah, okay, that takes it out. Let's go. Okay, that gives up on majors, which is good, because that was by far the biggest risk. Like, from my perspective, my opponent plays off 1 tile and draws 2 spots for majors. And then my opponent gets pushed for time, and I luckily win by over 10, so I'm not just winning on time. So 2 words challenged off in this one, Bint and Mate, M-A-I-T, but otherwise that... Oh, look at that. That was just such a yucky finish with both of us kind of getting into clock trouble there. Anyway, I had Vetus. Really? I don't think I knew it, but... Okay, so we didn't look at rounds 1, 7, and 8, if I recall. So we'll scrape over those games quickly. I cannot stay very long today, but let's just update what it says about the record. And then, yeah, we have been going even for a lot of the sessions with this group. And then we'll take a quick look at the final standings to see where we stacked up. Usually going half and half kind of puts me around the bottom half, but we will take a quick peek and we'll come back to these games. So... yeah, oh, someone dropped at some point. No wonder we had such matchmaking trouble, maybe. Yeah, I guess someone got dropped at some point. I don't know what was going on in this division. There was a second division down here, too, that has some people who didn't make the cut for the top division requirement. But we had a bit of a small group today, hence the smaller 8-round format, and we just ended up in the middle of a pack. And... I also have this badge now for having been one of the Kickstarter backers of this platform. This is a recent addition with one of the revisions to the software. But anyway, let's go over the one that we just saw. We'll start with that one, and then we'll go back to 1 and 7. And yeah. Yeah, let's just go back over this one. This was such a yucky ending. Like it was just a panic play after another. But definitely, I saw the losing possibility there to the Major's Fish. I actually wonder what my opponent was holding and what they drew out of the bag last, because that was very, very much unblockable. Okay. So a run out, outrun, all that stuff, much better than what I chose, I guess. No, not that much better. I over there, Oral over here. And then, yeah, this just keeps doing this little step ladder stacking. Teenier is the only bingo. My opponent is queried. I actually don't think I would have known that anyway, because it's Scots. And yeah, QIS is decent here. This was, oh, okay, no, I didn't see the VG spot over there. I was looking at, whoops, this one down here. I should have looked at this because that actually would have been very obviously to play, maybe. And yeah, Dune is good. Feg, I found in the good spot for that. This we correctly saw was suspicious. Now look at that. The single play with the V actually comes out second best on equity. I was also considering this. I did not see the possibility of putting the L, which is also Scots, which is, again, why I might not know it. But yeah, out of all the plays here, this was actually reasonable, apart from, I guess, maybe the massive E hook that I was actually in a good position to take. And Dr. Cliche, you didn't know the word that you mentioned earlier because it's Finnish. Oh, okay. That's a far cry from what we have here. There actually is an 8 with this rack here. This is airtime, incidentally, but it doesn't go anywhere. So I actually nearly give my opponent a play here, but there's still no E hook. So they're staring at airtime and trying to find a place for it. That's the situation and why they took so much time. Rabid blocks off my inflect. Block is actually best by equity. And then, yeah, no bingos over here. And next, I don't know if I would have dangled that. I guess I'm holding the blank. So Exene, yeah, okay, it's down by 9 points in equity. So not spending the blank comes out ahead. But I think I saw the number of points there and I was impressed enough that I thought, okay, you know what, we can spend a blank on this and just block off spots as much as possible. But yeah, maybe I spent the blank a little too aggressively there. So this one, I was again worried about a J play onto U. That's why we're not looking at the top. But fronter actually, well, no, it doesn't reach far enough to deal with that. So that's the kind of move where you have to go by sim rather than by equity, I think. Dr. Cliche, you looked it up. There's one and only one actually English word of Finnish origin, a Finnish loan word, and that is sauna. Apart from the names of Finnish fish or anything like that, you're saying. Okay, Wolf over here. So yeah, BINT was not available. I think it must have been like an offensive word situation because I'm really surprised that was not available. Look at this extension over here. That's spectacular. The study of correct pronunciation, and naturally this is a very difficult word to pronounce. Orthopy? Maybe? The study of correct pronunciation. We have to look this up. That's too interesting. But yeah, lots of stuff that was missed on the trophy play. And my opponent's in valid trouble. And they exchanged 3 because they won a challenge. We still have a decent play up here. Patter, where we... I don't know if I would have opened that. I think I was paranoid about my opponent holding M for a setup on the AA at this point. This was clearly a bad play, but I'm at a minute at this point with tons of tiles left in the bag, and so look at how far down this is. Like a 30-point equity loss almost. Oh, I also actually didn't look at the R hook here. There's so much stuff that was sitting there open the whole time, and it's such a common word to deal with. I don't know why I blanked on the R hook there. There's so much that clearly worked. And then, yeah, Gladiate is best. I challenged it because I was in a position where I felt like I kind of had to, although this maybe made it unreasonably close. I think I actually was pretty confident this was good, and again, just didn't have enough processing time to really consider it. And yeah, at this point, it's just panic plays, which is why we're consistently making a mess and missing obvious stuff like this, I guess. With 34 rather than 19 for the same tiles. Missing the really obvious stuff. This is why I don't play Blitz. This is really interesting. Yeah, okay, so this is interesting. The last tile in the bag is the J. So no wonder my opponent isn't fishing for J to get majors. Like if you're holding J and you were fishing into one of the vowels, yeah, you would do it. But my opponent is probably thinking at that point that there is something like jests that is unseen for me. And that is likely to hit. And they would be surprised to find J in the bag for this and the other spot up here. Because if we're actually holding the J, that changes their behavior completely. But now I understand why we had the situation that we did. That's sort of only understandable if my opponent is not holding the J. I think with all the other tiles, like if you're holding M and J, then it's pretty reasonable to go for the fish. And I might be wrong about that. Oh, I actually didn't even think about the woofiest extension. I was kind of looking at woof earlier and thinking, oh, woofing, etc. But I actually didn't even think about this, and it's pretty obvious in retrospect. Gets me in a potential V-stick situation, though, so that would be the issue, because this actually does V-stick, and in a situation where my opponent can build into the J, I doubt I necessarily do that. However, if you see something like Stives, of course you would take it, because you would solve all those problems at once. Vest is not unreasonable, though. And yeah, at this point, I more or less have the win. My opponent is only 5 points down in terms of the available plays. And then I actually didn't even look at the spot for what to do with this. Like, I didn't see digits. I didn't see the spot up here for Tit and Deli. I didn't even see the parallel over here for 10. I was just kind of blitzing into it and trying to beat the clock. And actually, yeah, so we had a little bit of a dirty flag here, I think, where I would have gotten over anyway. We would have won by 4 points anyway, but we ended up winning by 14 because of the quirk here where instead of stopping the clock on the final play like you would in an over-the-board game, my opponent actually does need to confirm the end of the game with a pass or challenge. And so this actually did a bit of a dirty flag for the extra 10 points, but luckily the win did not depend on that. So yeah, so we still won fair and square. Orthoepy and cacoepy. Is cacoepy like the study of mispronouncing things? Because it's like a cacophony, right? I guess that makes sense. Okay, so let's go back to game 1 and 7 because those were the ones I mentally marked out as not having been looked at. Again, we will not go too quickly. Oh yeah, so my opponent in the first round got removed because I think they had disconnection problems. We did finish our game, but they were not in the final standings. So I think they had some kind of massive disconnection issue midway through, and they were already kind of dropping in and out in our game. Again, not going to be too thorough about this, or at least so I claim. I just want to see what we missed. Yeah, we got the third miss exchange here. Keeping SS is actually slightly better than NS, which surprises me. And keeping S by itself would have been fine as well. How did I not see havens? I feel like we talked about this maybe, that I completely blanked on the fact that name tag had the S hook at the back, actually. I was still keeping the S for the bingos later, and I did not even consider putting the S there. Whoops. And yeah, henges, etc. Yeah, a lot of questionable plays today, but oh well. A G is not too bad, I guess. About a dozen points down. It's pretty bad. Herdens, I don't think I knew. Herdens. If I'd known it, I would have seen it, but I don't think I knew it confidently, so we just bypassed it. Because I was thinking I missed something on that rack, but I would not have been confident playing that. So yeah, we found healers here, which is slightly inaccurate in terms of the blank placement, but other than that, why didn't we just see halters? I don't know. Gantry. Oh yeah, because I was trying to look for a way to hit the Y there. We didn't do it. Yeah, Dr. Cliche, like the equity values that you would see are just kind of calculated by a lot of computer simulation with computers playing each other, and then that's essentially the equilibrium that they settle on by simulation for, you know, all things being equal, if you're not considering the board and you're not considering the pool, what is your expected average value of the tiles that you're keeping? And with the exchanger scoring 0, so you're just considering what the leave is, right? And so I guess S is slightly valued over S, slightly valued over NS. But it takes a while to really get a handle on how much to value that and how much to value the state of the board and how to balance the two considerations. Tucked over here, I don't think we missed anything really spectacular other than the outside, which is just 6 tiles here. Tucked was my opponent's play anyway, right? And then, yeah, didn't really miss anything except for the Unwarier 9, which we had talked about. This was actually second best, so this was defensible, I guess. If you're just considering it as an equity play. I did not see the overlap for aggro. I was trying to keep things open, and at that point, thinking that we stretch out. This is actually, like, objectively, it's a terrible play, but I think at that point I was thinking, oh, let's draw into stuff for the S spots that we had. Because I was thinking, like, massive S threat here, massive S threat here. So let's forgo bingo, block everything, draw into the bag. Maybe that's okay by sim, but obviously by equity, it's terrible. Gantry is one of the many words that Stephen King doesn't know the definition of. Oh, does he just misuse it to mean something completely different? But yeah, I wonder what. And okay, bruv over here. Oh, we missed this one, VROU. But yeah, okay, so this was the kind of lucky draw into the queue that saved the game for us completely. Actually, a second spot above, obviously we wouldn't take that. But yeah, we just saw like so much S risk everywhere, and I calculated this, I calculated that it's by far the best play and a win. I calculated it considering this as the option, actually, BRIS. We did see that as the best play for the opponent, and I saw that I would win regardless, so not too bad a start on this one. So this one, what did HIO end up on the board? Who did that? Oh, I did that. I was thinking of HIOI. Yeah, no, in Collins there's HOI and there's HIOI. It's not HIO, it's GIO. And I actually played it not even thinking about it, but this is invalid and it stayed on the board. So, whoops. But that's okay, we got away with it. That's fine for me. Now let's go to round 7, which was the other one that I said we didn't get a chance to look at all. I think we had looked over all the other boards. This was the 500 game, where I did not challenge faving. And we hit a lot of big stuff here, so I don't know that we missed that much, but we'll step through it quickly. I should do proper game analysis at some point instead of just stepping through the plays we missed. Like, we should actually do an analysis stream. Yeah, hitter is actually only better by equity by 2 points or so, 2 or 3. That tree is interesting as an alternative. And of course, this lets you have the big S hook on the left side, but of course, so does this. But then on this would hit the double. But yeah, I liked keeping EIRT. EIRT is just so strong. And Impinger and Imaginer do not go down, but Reaming does. My opponent has so many possibilities at this point that something would go down. I did see Ergotize correctly. Good. This is the one where I missed Unwatery. And Unwary, how far down is that? Yeah, I mean, I guess most of the plays here that are non-bingo all consider dumping Y and W for points. I guess I wasn't keen on keeping U. And I wanted to stretch things out to keep them open. No bingos in this one. Picketed goes in all the spots that we talked about. There's nothing else except picketed in all of its very numerous configurations. This is the one where we missed Caudad over here. Iodizes opens up on the right. Kuna is better than Kana by about 6 points in terms of leave, especially with the Q down. And oh yeah, this was the one where we goofed and challenged Joel, but we did find the best play there by equity, which was Zeta. And yeah, obviously that introduces a fairly large risk up top. Missed Enolik. I was trying to look for some kind of fit with the N. Noise. I was so close to finding that, actually. I started writing like N-O, and I just didn't complete the thought. Dr. Cliche, you're saying that Stephen King uses uses gantry rather to mean an arc sodium light, when what he means is a sodium vapor lamp, which isn't an arc lamp. And even if it were an arc lamp, it would be a sodium arc lamp, not an arc sodium lamp. But oh no, that's totally separate from gantry. You're not talking about gantry. You're talking about when he's calling an arc light an arc sodium light. Okay. That has nothing to do with what he thinks gantry is. Yeah, so yeah, oculi we talked about is something I missed. So we ended up finding a pretty bad play there, but yeah, it's quite far down actually in terms of value. This was where I did not even look at faving because we saw outlies in the obvious spot. I would have found some of the other ones. Well, it's only illusions and outlines, but as soon as I saw the hook and outlines, did not consider anything else. It was clearly best. My opponent misses Novation. And Ovation, no, just Novation on both sides. Which is very fortunate for me because that would have put me in a tough situation. Retox, Exo down here, kind of obstructs the bottom lane, I guess, a little bit better. And doesn't empty the bag more over. So it took a bit of a risk here, emptying the bag like that. That could have gone quite badly, but my opponent had nothing. And actually, a Blaze is just as good. But that was all there was to that. Yeah. Well, we'll take our 4-4 today, and I guess it's kind of in line with how we've been doing against this group. And I don't know if they're still running just 8 rounds next week. They usually try to do 10. And it's fortunate for me that they ran 8 this week because I actually could not go for too long myself. But that will be the end of this week's edition. And yeah, we ended up with a bit of a small group because of disconnects and dropouts and stuff like that. And things got a bit weird there. But at least I got a full 8 games in, and we had a couple of interesting moments, a couple of massive misses everywhere. I think the deer-like moment was probably the worst one of them in a way because I called out the play on stream and didn't take it. But that's the kind of thing that happens. Too much time trouble here and there, but that just happens when you commentate your own play. Anyway, that is all for today. We're going to take off. We'll be back sometime over the course of the week with the continuation of AM2R, another Metroid 2 remake, which we're kind of exactly at 50% on right now. And we'll have the usual Donkey Kong Bonanza monthly challenge coming up this week as well. So it'll be a bit of variety. We'll be flitting back and forth to a couple of different games here and there and wrapping up what content we can. But like I said, this particular group with Scrabble will be back on as close to a weekly basis as I'm able to make, because they have been running very regularly at a very stream-friendly time for me. And thank you once again for joining me for today's program and seeing everything I was doing wrong, because that's how we learn. And we'll see if there is a micro raid that we can forward you to in just a moment. But regardless, have a wonderful time ahead of you. I don't think there's anything up and running for Scrabble yet, but Crescent City Cup is going on. And if you're familiar with Austin's stream, then that is where the tournament broadcast is, because he's actually based in New Orleans, where his club and family are kind of running the show down there. So that would be where to look over the course of the next day if you want some actual high-level Scrabble streaming. But that's going to be up and running in a couple hours. So until then, have a wonderful time ahead of you with everything that you may be unscrambling or illuminating with your arc sodium lights. And thanks for watching and keeping me company for yet another Scrabble session. Until next time, as always, fare thee well.